2000. Mission. Ah, there we go. There's me bloody red tape. Hello, how are you, Axis? Oh, are we doing it? Can't even hear myself, actually. Well, I don't know if Bex can hear me, or Angel Wings, or Lapis Blue. I seen them all in the chat. Hi, ladies. Um, I don't know if anyone can hear me. And it appears like Axis has dropped out. No, I can hear it here on the live, but I can't. Um, yep, this is a tape problem. Well, I don't know if anyone can hear me. I still didn't see that in the chat, but I shall be a patient man and wait for Access to arrive. He's having tech problems. Having tech problems.
Can
Hey,
you
how
hear?
are you, Access?
Oh man, having a rough time.
Yeah, bloody
I
frustrating, isn't it?
well, Dean, I binge and purge, and I don't know if my volume's okay out there. You guys will have to let me know if I'm too loud, too
Oh, yeah,
low.
your volume was all good, bro. It's just like I I'm just a little bit different from that sort of music, so it's all good though, bro. Don't you change on all account of me. Yeah, you know.
Uh, no. I'd rather talk. Maybe I really have had struggles with the detoxification, and I relapsed.
I understand. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I'm
easy for
going
me to
through
relapse.
detoxing myself. I don't really try to stop all sorts of smoking, including weed. I haven't really I've sort of weaned myself right off it. Um,
Well,
I've had to smoke a few cigarettes to do so, but I'm not actually buying any. We
right
grew our own tobacco several years ago, and I've still got quite a good stash of that. And
there you go.
it's sort it's sort of like a relief. It's like the old fingers have got to hold something, Um, it's a habit. Yeah, it's a bloody habit.
Is it the old green cut out of the field?
Yeah, yeah. It's like I grew up with tobacco. We grew the tobacco ourselves,
There
and
you go.
so we had a really good season one year. I mean, we've been uh, basically surviving off that whenever when things get too expensive at the shop, and they're bloody getting out of the bloody, off the bloody um, charts at the moment, so we're looking for alternatives. But even then, I'm more inclined to want to give them all up. Well, cigarettes anyway, in the long term, because I did so several years ago, and I don't know what made me go back to them.
Oh,
Usually,
man.
probably some stress, some
Yeah.
stress or something,
Yeah, and that'll do it, man, every time, because that seems to be the monster that climbs on me. Is either I'll find myself in a position where I'm discontent or I'm under a lot of stress, and then I'll start binging, and I go on ridiculous. I put every fucking poison in me that I can get a hold of, and then
Yeah.
whenever the Great Spirit reminds me that this
Yes.
body's only temporary, well, then I do the old purge, and I spend the next, 3 to 5 days in a miserable ass state. This is day one.
Right. I feel you, brother. I feel you immensely
And
on that.
yeah,
Mm.
I feel for anybody going through this. I really do. If they're doing a fast or a super clean or just detoxing from chemicals, which is what I'm doing, and man, it takes a lot of willpower, a lot of strength, and a good place to put your anger to fight the shit that you put yourself through.
Yes, that's the thing. I mean, you're going to get tension, and people say, "Oh, it's not really anger; it's just tension." But when you're really tense, you're on the verge of anger, and even if you might not let that fly, you're still on that point of tension, and
Yeah,
you just can't evade that. It's as you say, it takes a lot of willpower, a lot of strength to continue to stick with your resolve, because when you make a resolve, that's the thing I find exorcism. You make a resolve to do some kind of change, to do a detox, to get away from something, um, even when you falter. I learned this from going to Alcoholics Anonymous, that you can't go turning around and crushing yourself over it, because everybody, I don't think any addict has ever not faltered, has ever not gone back to it.
well,
Um,
at one
yeah.
time, my drugs were more illicit than they were pharmaceutical. So when I was younger, I didn't have any trouble with getting getting anything I wanted. But now
Mm,
that now that you when you give yourself over to the medical system, one was for necessity out of need that I had at
yes.
the time, and practicality. But these last events, in the last few days, man, I really,
They've been tough.
uh,
Mm.
yeah, I really felt restrained, controlled. Um, I felt like I had allowed someone in my front door to put a collar around my neck, and I just stopped. I listened to Z's interview today. That was good. That was a really good interview he done, and man, it really inspired me.
Well,
And I've been,
not only that one. I mean, his demeanor and his approach has changed. You can even see that and hear it in his voice, and the
yeah,
way he's putting his conversation together. And like I was inspired by him on London's panel.
it's like a man with a
Um,
mission now.
a man with a mission, exactly, Axis.
Yeah,
Yeah, fully. And with good conversation. You know, that man has the ability to put things into perspective, into words that I stagger with at times, and I think to myself, um, some of the things that I venture to look into, my mouth just doesn't seem to want to roll with my brain.
Yeah.
I can write it out better than I can talk it out. I don't know why that is. Bloody crazy.
That's just the extension of your medium, man. Maybe that's your muse is a piece of pencil and paper or pen and paper, and maybe that's how
Well, I think it's
you.
because I can see what I've written and I can and then go back and put it into context if it's not right. But once you've verbally spoken it and it doesn't sound right, well, you're forever correcting yourself, and nobody wants to hear you trying to bloody, you know,
I
catch your
used to
left
do that
leg
with
because it's
lyrics.
flowing out.
Right, right. I learned to be able to off the fly, not have anything at hand other than just my mind. But when I would write lyrics in the past and get them formulated to whatever song that I was going to apply them to, the lyrics never seemed good enough, and I was always changing them, always messing with them, never could get them content. And I took kind of the Jim Morrison approach to several songs that we were doing, and just kind of went into just let the music ride, and I would just sing over top of it, and it was amazing live, but you couldn't capture it on a recording. And then eventually I just said fuck it and started using samples and digital shit, and got into the industrial stream or scene because I just it never seemed good enough, you know.
Yep, I know what you mean. I mean, yes, I mean, people say to me, you write really well. When I used to write letters to the editor, that was my means of communication as far as the constabulary went, the government and such. And in my early days, of course, here in New Zealand, we have a problem with pests in our country that are introduced. And because our country basically never had any animals except a bat and maybe a native rat, but even then, the rats only came in with sealers and whalers that came here in the early times, and catching seals and whales, and that's basically how rats got into New Zealand. But
Eating the
other
rubbish
than that,
left over.
there were no real predators. So the birds, which was basically our country's birds and lizards, were able to flourish, and so now that we've got this problem with possums from Australia, ferrets from other countries, minks, or that type of family, mustelids. Um, it's a whole different ball game for the birds because they're not used to it, and so the country's taken the idea that they're going to kill these things with 1080 poison, and
Oh,
1080 is monofluoroacetate, and the thing with it is they say once it's broken down, it loses its toxicity. But I have always begged to differ on that because we have microorganisms that they're not taking into account, and
right.
and the whole ecosystem is based on the thing being symbiotic. So if you're going to kill off the microorganisms, you're going to start killing off the food chain for the trees and the plants and the birds. And
Yeah, well, you start breaking the eco cycle. You and I both know what that does.
yeah, Yeah, fully. So, I mean, most of my experience in writing has come from that kind of thing. I couldn't sit there and not say anything, and I got involved with people where I could get my voice heard, and then they'd say, "Well, write letters to the editor, Dean," and so I would. And before the old internet came along and Facebook and that, I mean, I did get involved with groups afterwards on the internet, but I gave up Facebook a couple of years back, and so now I'm only verbal and YouTube really. Mm.
I'm pretty
Anyway, I'm
much.
just there, just
That's Dean. You're fine, man. Love to hear from you, brother. You know, you're a very strong, compassionate person that comes through a lot whenever you jump on panels, and even in the chat room, you have a true spirit for nature and for the ecology and the function and form of the spirit between nature, ecology, and us. And I have no problem with that with you, man. That's all heart.
thank you very much, Axis. Yeah,
That's shit, brother. If more
but
people, I mean,
that's that side of things. We've still got this a greater need to communicate as people as to
yeah,
how we are in this system. I mean, for years we just been floating along. I feel in a bit of a limbo, and since joining YouTube, I can see that there are people with intelligent minds and intelligent conversation that
right.
are stepping into that place where people have sort of haven't really addressed properly. I think we don't address ourselves. We don't address ourselves in our situations.
You
Um,
know,
well, we haven't in the past, and I feel this is something new that has got direction. I see with Zedic Warrior that he's like it's like we were talking earlier. He has got intention, and he's vocal, and he's good with his words. He can pick the right words for the conversation. Mm.
right, and he does. And another thing that really blew me away today was, I finally stopped into Ian and checked out what he had going on today, which is the first time I've been in there for quite a while. And he seems to really be a crusader for his cause now. I mean, where before he was kind of back and forth or a little wishy washy, now he's standing in a square now, and he's definitely he's on a mission too. And I was like, wow, you know,
Yes, I did hear that. With London was doing a little bit of playing his live, and I thought that was I thought Ian's actually making a stand, and
yeah,
mm,
yeah, it was. I even went up, and made the panel and gave him what my situation was as concerning Christianity at this moment and other things in the religious field, and came across great. Um, he was very powerful in his presentation today, and I was impressed. I was like, "Fuck, man!" You know, get Z out
cool.
there
Yeah.
doing his thing, get Ian doing his thing, and I do believe in the higher powers, but I just can't buy into the mainstream dribble that everybody else is commonly used to, especially the older generations.
Yep.
Um,
We've been tarred with a certain type of brush, you know,
yeah,
and we've allowed ourselves to be drawn into it and encapsulated by it, and it needs addressing. It needs to be addressed.
and I think Ian's doing it with the passion that he used to have, but with a direction that he is focusing on his target. And that's what I found, you know. Just I was impressed. It was good to see.
Yeah, bloody oath. Yeah.
So, you know,
Um,
he didn't do too much with the open panels, but that's, you know, London's thing right now is I really like going over to London and occasionally getting up on his panel because there's some really beautiful people over there.
Absolutely. You know, and all got a good voice and a good attitude,
Yeah,
and that's the thing. I think it's the attitude. You know, I mean, my whole attitude has changed. I'm I would say even more placid than I've ever been for a long time in my life.
right,
You
right. I mean,
know,
you can stretch the vocal cords in London's platform.
well, I think as you know, I've got lots of things going around in my head all day long. I can have a bloody good old chat by myself, and I can even answer myself. Uh, um, actually, you know, that's something I've always wanted to talk about is how we are taught, or not say taught, but conditioned by this thing that says if you're talking to yourself, you're a bit of a nutter, but if you answer yourself, man, you're going crazy. And you know, I think that is just like rhetoric that has probably stifled many people in this place. You know, because we
uh,
all think, and some people do think aloud, and um, I mean, I do. I think I find myself talking aloud. Um, I know my partner does it. Maureen, she's like that,
one
and
that really got me,
because we're
Dane,
mm,
if you want to elaborate on this, um, people that don't have any internal dialogue. I did not realize until here lately that there are people that do not have internal dialogue. Were you know anything about this?
yeah. Look, I've been looking into it actually. There's a thing called validated dreaming, and it's only a new subject. There's a couple of psychologists talking about it. One guy is a Danish guy. He's probably the one that is really making it have a bit more solidarity. Is that this guy is talking about how we daydream, and I don't think there's any one of us who say that if they say they haven't daydreamed. Um, I beg to ask a question if they're telling us for real whether they have or not,
Right.
because I think we all daydream, and often that daydream it's like a form of escapism in a way. Um, you know, some people can get caught in daydreams, and it almost becomes like their whole reality. But I think we've just got to accept that. Oh, I've got to accept it myself as a way I understand it is that I am a pretty avid daydreamer, and
Right.
so you know, I mean, it's like when you're thinking about something, or you're not really even thinking about something. It's like something just comes into your head, and you just think about it, and you give it legs, and then you kind of just dream. That's just like a daydream, you know. It's just that's what it is. It's just a daydream. But I find that a lot of these daydreams are things that are actually going on inside of us, but we probably don't acknowledge them so much because it's not really a topic that people talk about. You know.
Right.
Um,
I
mm,
yeah, I never really, you know, I would create things with my imagination paintings or drawings, and later on music and other types of performing. But it it didn't occur to me that nobody else was using their imagination. And I mean, an open window, or even just a window you can see through, is that's a gazing portal just to set and daydream. And
Yeah.
I used to walk, and just in my head, man, would be so many different things that I would dream about, think about, and almost create books and stories in my head while I was walking. And
Yeah. Yeah, I
I,
do
I
the same. Mm.
yeah, I had no idea that there was a classification of people out there that weren't experiencing this.
Yeah, fully. Yeah, like, I mean, I've been like working as a farmer most of my life, and right up until my 30s, I had done. I mean, as a farmer, I feel like you're a plumber, a builder. Uh, you can do just about. You have to be able to put yourself to tasks in that, whatever you're doing. I mean, if you're fencing, you've got to be able to put yourself into that task. If you're building, say, a shed, you've got to be able to, do it right, do it properly, do it safely. Um, so but I never sort of got any like um, achievements like tickets. I didn't have a ticket to be a plumber, but I
Right,
can still plumb. I never got a ticket to be an electrician, but I can still put wires in. I've never had a ticket to become a roofer, but I can still put a roof on.
right,
Um, and all that sort of thing. That's what happened in my farming career, is that there wasn't really a ticket for it. Um, and so when I sort of thought, right, I'm going to move away from farming and then give something else a go, and then you start applying for jobs, but they want a ticket. They want some bloody paperwork to show that you know what you're talking about, what you're qualified for, right?
right,
And
right.
and and so I didn't have these things, and so in my 30s, I decided, right, well, I'm gonna get me a ticket, qualification. So I took on an adult print apprenticeship doing landscape gardening and ornamental stonework. And my imagination for landscaping and construction and that type of thing was pretty cool, because I mean, I did go and do a couple of courses just to help me along, but I didn't really need them. I found that I had a natural ability to see the picture in my head and then be able to not only put it on paper for the client, but to actually even create and build it for them, the way that I could see it in my head. And yeah,
Putting mind to
I've done
matter.
some pretty, yeah, I've done some pretty amazing work, and even though I'm blowing my own trumpet a bit, but yeah, I've done some pretty cool stuff.
We used to teachers and some of the in the community I grew up in. We had kids that had their head in the clouds, and trying to get a day's work out of them, well, they were too busy daydreaming.
Yeah.
And I found myself in that position a time or two, where I'd rather think off of maybe the girl I was seeing at the time,
Excuse
or
me.
you know
Excuse me. Mm.
whatever interest I had at that point in time. My mind was there, and it definitely wasn't what I should have been doing. And they just said those kids got their head in the clouds. But now I think back to it, the artists the sculptor, all these people, with their individual talents, have a demeanor about them, and it seems to be sometimes a pretty common demeanor when it comes to their craft. I find
Yes,
I
of
find that
course,
in,
yeah. Mm,
yeah,
totally agree.
stonemasonry,
Yeah,
architecture, individualized stylists. Well, Pam, she's a great, you know, um,
artist.
example of, yeah.
Mm,
And
mm.
I find it fascinating because I've been gifted and burdened my whole life with music and entertainment, and it's been my worst enemy and my best friend at times. And with what I'm doing now and being able to do a platform like this, it did leave me enough time to really do a lot of deterioration physically and health wise, but it keeps the mind razor sharp. And with such diversity of and I'm not talking the drama panels. I'm talking the people who are
I,
really focusing on their craft. It's
yes, I know
amazing
what you're saying. Yep.
because now we can just pick up the phone and just if we want to know, how to dovetail. Well, there's probably 8, 10 channels out there with master dovetailers that work with the wood that way. You know,
Yes, yes. Mm.
didn't have
And
that
many
growing up.
different styles of dovetailing as well. Yeah.
Right, right. And that to me is and people being able to express their art through platforms and you to be able to utilize it. That's that is one thing that if we didn't have the internet, I think I would miss is the ability to pull information damn near at light speed up. It can go as fast as I can type it in.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing, isn't it? I mean, it's not like writing a letter to the editor, that's for sure. Because
And
when you're
no,
going to write a letter to the editor, it's going to be a bloody week or two before even the people get to even read it, right? And and not many of them, if any of them, or like if a great percentage are going to read it. I mean, most of the time when you read letters to the editor, you probably read the heading, you read a couple of paragraphs, and whether it gels with you or not, and that's as far as it goes.
right?
Um, but when you've got people like talking in this type of environment, um, you've got to pay a little bit more attention to them speak, to the way they speak. Um, say for the likes of me, who might go round and round and round trying to get my body connecting the dots sort of thing. Um, they might have to listen a little harder and a little deeper to get the conversation.
Dean, I think
Although
that's
I,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
no, no,
Go ahead.
no.
I,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I, yeah, I feel like sometimes I found confused when I'm talking, and I think I've been misunderstood because of it. Yeah.
I can
Like at the
understand
moment,
that.
I put something in the chat today in London's chat that I've got a question. This question entails the moon. We know, like, I'm likening the idea that we've got snow and ice and things like that because of the moon. I mean, if we had no moon, we'd have no cold light because it's been measured. The moon has got cold light. You could go and stand under a tree, and if you've got like just a singlet on or no singlet on, and stand out in the moonlight when it's full, there's a coolness to it. There's definitely a cold light to that moon. When you can move into say a shade under a tree or a roof, and immediately you can feel the difference in the temperature. So
Yes.
I do connect with that. Now, what I'm basically trying to get to is that, you know, we talk about convection, which is what you know, evaporating water does. It goes into a mist, and then it's convected. Hot air rises, and it goes up into the air. When it gets up cold enough, it falls back down again.
Right. Well,
So yeah.
you think maybe, you know, just like the the tide, you know, the moon at night pulls the moisture up from the ground, which type of cold light then?
I'm not sure if it's just like the heat from the day that's still in the
Right.
ground that's doing that, rather than the moon.
Just a temperature change, kind of like when you get in your vehicle.
Yeah.
Right. I
Um,
was just curious.
you know, like the moon. I mean, if you were to say you were to go to Antarctica in the middle of winter, there are months. There is a month or so when it doesn't get any light at all, right? It's just a light, but it's not really actually virtual sunlight. And so the cold can continuously stay there, and the temperatures can plummet and stay plummeted for a month or more, you know, several months,
Right.
without any sunlight, you know. But once you get the sunlight coming back, then the temperatures change. And so what I'm suggesting is that um, you know, it's only really high up mountains that get snow on them. It's because they're up in the cold.
Right. They do in
And
the desert, the really
and
high mountains.
especially if they're not covered in trees.
Right.
Um, y-
I always found that
yeah,
fascinating. Is I'd be sitting, you know, in one of the valleys, or you know, up on the Bureau of Land Management, and look out at the mountains in Arizona, and it was from being from you know, a non-desert area. That was just fascinating to me. That just fascinated the shit. Because it's like one atmosphere temperature in wherever I was parked or staying at the time, and then looking up and realizing that less than you know, maybe a 7,000-mile climb up that mountain, I'm going to be skiing.
exactly. It's in snow. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty
So,
amazing. Yeah, but I just
and
kind of feel like that we don't, maybe not taking into account that cold light of the moon um, is is actually helping or helping to keep that element, that cooler element here, um, and even possibly bringing snow because there's too much cloud cover. I mean, who's to say if a volcano doesn't goes off, the cloud cover stops the sunlight, but I kind of feel like the moon's a little bit closer than the sun, like lower down in the scheme of things. I'm I'm not really a globey, right? I don't take this place as being a globe as such.
right,
Um,
right, right,
and so therefore I have the sun I envisage is not 93 billion miles away, light years away or whatever, right? Um, I envisioned it to be a lot closer. And I've even travelled in planes where I've looked out the window and I can see the sun, and I can see clouds behind the sun and in front of it. So there's no way that you can get clouds behind the sun if the bloody thing's 93 billion light years away. Right?
Right. And for me to hear that, you know, I've been in my little techno digital world of frequencies and lights and sounds and music, and I've kind of especially after I left the nursing home from being a nomad, when I was out there in it, it didn't bother me. The weather didn't bother me, and I could sleep in temperatures that, you know, generally would have drove me nuts, and it didn't bother me. And the moon was my nightlight, the sun was my daylight, and I carried on. Now that I live under artificial light and projected screens, I got so far away that sometimes when I would listen to people speak about nature, it almost sounded foreign.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, I think that happens to all of us when we're, especially if we've been brought up in the country, um, and then through circumstances we've had to move into the city. And I believe actually that's when my eyesight actually changed. And because I was surrounding myself in artificial light, whereas I feel like when you're in the country, like my eyesight is still pretty good, but I have to wear glasses now. But I can take my glasses off and I can walk around in the moonlight, and you know, I mean, you don't get absolutely clear vision with moonlight, but you do get a fairly reasonable sort of a light. You can
Right?
walk, you know, you can see trees in front of you. You know, you're not going to fall off the edge of a cliff because you can see the edge. Um, yeah, so to me, that natural light is 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 better for our eyes, I feel, than it is to be in artificial light.
Yeah, Dean, I have to agree with you. That's why, you know, I decided, you know, today to go ahead and try and pursue, you know, the cleaner system and just purge all this shit out of me. And I didn't realize until, you know, I got further into the day how much pollution I had put into myself, that it you know withdrawal. My body's doing some really weird things right now. My mind is sharp, but my body is like freaking out because I'm starving it of all these different chemicals and toxins. And
Well, even sugars, you know, sugars are just a hell of a thing to try and do
oh
without.
yeah, right. It's yeah. I get a sweet tooth every once in a while. Um,
I'm a chocolate
gotta
fiend.
right,
You know,
right.
I haven't had any for a couple of months, but I'll tell you, if somebody brought one out in front, a bar of chocolate out in front of me, you know, I'd be just about, you know, reaching my hand out. Oh yeah, oh yes, please, you know.
Exactly. And
Um,
I think the inavailability of just being able to gather those resources, uh, like gas station, grocery store, whatever, when I was out there on the road, uh, living, you know, on native land and bureau land management and truck stops and wherever, um, I didn't have that type of convenience, uh, you know, for sometimes up to a month. So I had to get things that would last, and things that were going to keep my health up. And I thought I was doing pretty good because I felt good, but obviously I should have paid more attention because it eventually took a toll on me.
I know
And
exactly what you're saying. I know exactly. It happened to me in Australia.
oh man,
I went bush and got away from the metropolis and went out into the outback and spent some time with the indigenous folk of Australia. And of course, my system wasn't prepared as theirs is, right? And so the things that I found I was nourishing my body wasn't quite enough. And
yep,
I got to the stage where I actually started to lose a hell of a lot of weight. I got really skinny, and then somebody had ended up, one of the local people had ended up bringing out a big feed to these people, and me and my lady friend turned up there, and I hooked into it. Well, I was sick as a dog. I mean, I was so sick, and I was vomiting. I had diarrhea, and I had to be hospitalized. I had to be hospitalized, Exus, because I
yeah,
had got so run down. I didn't realize how run down I was. Right.
yeah. I was.
Mm.
That's what put me in the nursing home. I was still communicating with Ian and Sally Sue at that time, and a few other people that knew where I was. But yeah, I collapsed. The malnutrition, dehydration, and exhaustion.
Ooh,
And
yeah, yeah.
yeah, I got hit hard and I collapsed, and that's what put me in the nursing home. And then from there, I wound up in this little apartment, here with my family close by. But I, Dean, I've really let myself become physically just not really. I let myself go, man, really bad.
So you say
And
your physical form has deteriorated.
oh man,
Mm.
yeah, and I didn't
I
realize.
understand that too, and I mean it's happened to me more than once. When I met Maureen, we got a place in Masterton, and I I was doing pretty well income wise, and so I started eating foods that I didn't normally like to eat, or let's say, intend to eat. And I started eating pizza, right? I mean, I love cheese, right? It's one of my addictions as well. And so, yeah, I just started eating pizza. And I mean, we were buying pizza 2 or 3 times a week. I didn't realize how much effect that was having on my body until I started getting what they call gallbladder slush.
Mm,
And my gallbladder, um, my pancreas went septicemia. I ended up with septicemia in my pancreas,
shit, man.
and I was getting these pains. And while I was eating, I'd eat a meal, and I'd say, "Oh, this is no good." I go and I sit down. Oh, my guts is on fire, and I didn't go and get a checkup, being a bit of a stubborn bugger. So I didn't go and get a checkup from the doctor, and I've kind of, never been a person to go to a doctor, so it's sort of like it didn't occur to me to do that. And then um, one night, the pain got so bad, I crawled out of bed. I never let Maureen know. I just went off and I was in the underwear, and I was lying on the lawn, and I was in
Oh,
sheer pain, and I was just groaning. And then the Maureen got up, wondering where the hell I was, and came out and found me and called the bloody ambulance. And if she hadn't have done that, I would have died.
poisoned your own
I would have
system.
died. I
Yeah,
poisoned my own system. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. It's dangerous stuff, man. It really is, and that's you know, I'm hoping, Gene. I really am that if I can get through this with a little bit of grit and perseverance, I would like to not. I don't think I have. I say that now, but I'm not sure that binging is physically healthy for me anymore because it's I became completely unmotivated outside of what I could do with my computer or my phone or going
And
to a
that's the
doctor's
other thing, isn't
appointment.
it? It's what happens when we do that to ourselves is that our motivation level drops. And we
Oh
don't even
man.
realize it, how much our motivation is so low that we just can't, we don't even think to do anything.
And
I,
yeah,
mm,
I would love, Dean, I would really love to get back to not that youthful age and resilience that I understand I'm a little bit older, but to the point where I feel like I'm at least living, you
yes,
know.
yes,
I've been sedated so for I guess this is almost 6 months now. Um
right.
I've had some type of sedation, whether it be my pain medicine or a benzo or you know something, always
Some,
something.
some mother's little helper or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
you know,
I'm not going to be specific on what we do take, um, but yeah, I know what you mean. I had a mental breakdown when my parents passed away,
oh man,
um, and I didn't deal with um, their death. I sort of pushed it away from me. I didn't acknowledge it, and because I didn't grieve, because I wasn't grieving, because I didn't grieve, it just built up and it became toxic. And I ended up, I was actually on taking P. I was on P, which is meth, and which they call P here. But
right?
it it befuddled my brain to the point where yeah, I was no longer looking after myself, mentally and physically. And I basically decided that I didn't want to be here anymore, and so I was going to take myself out.
Right.
And I I was drinking heavily, and I decided that it's time I bugger it. Now I'm just a waste to myself and to the rest of this place. So I wanted to commit suicide, and I was put into healthcare, and my mate found me, and he stopped me from doing what I was going to do, and he said, there's more than that in life. You don't, you can. It's something to live for, Dean. You don't have to bloody, go out the door. But I had a lot of counselling for a year or so, and they put me on Seroquel. I don't know whether you know about
Oh,
Seroquel.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, and I mean it absolutely floored me, Axis, because it took all my motivation just out of me, and I wouldn't even bother getting out of bed.
Right.
I need to go to the toilet. I mean, hell, I just couldn't be bothered doing anything.
That's
And
pretty much where I found myself in the situation that I ran into in the last 2 days was um I had to look at what oh man same yeah I had become just a voice behind uh,
a
a
mask.
cat. Yeah, and
Mm.
physically, I had deteriorated till I was of no value to anybody really, and it
Not even,
really
and
hit me
mostly not yourself. That's the thing, isn't it?
right. And my home, I've got in-home services, but they only do so much, and I've really I would let shit go, and I was like, you know, this is probably what I'm reflecting on the inside coming through on the outside. So I just hope and pray, man. Maybe in the next few days, when I get over this shit, I'll be smart enough not to do it again.
Yeah. I mean, I think the metaverse that we're in at the moment is helping us to change that too.
Well, that's why
Uh,
Z inspired me today was his health rant. Even a couple other channels that I went to, there was so much so much take care of yourself, watch out for self, take care of your body, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, I got the mind, but the body I have just completely abused to hell these last 6 months.
I feel you, brother. I do. And I know what it's like to when you get run down to the point where you no longer want to do anything. It's very hard to shift your perspective and say, no, I'm not going to be like that anymore. Because that's what it's really coming down to, you making the decision for self to say, nope, I'm not going to be like that anymore. I'm going to be a better me. And by being a better me, the people around me will benefit from it too.
Right? And that to me would be a little ways down the line because Dean, I'm telling you, I'm not even good to myself at the moment. Um, Especially not detoxing, but an extensive battle to fight off relapse, and you know that, and I know that, and
Mm.
you know
I've
that
got
scares
a
me.
strong mind when it comes to intention. When I make up my mind and I intend to get it done, um, I might procrastinate for a few days or a few weeks or a few months, and then it'll get to the stage where it gets on top. Come on, man, you can't do this anymore. You just got to do it. Get up there and go and do it then. Stop mucking around. Go and get yourself, go and get the job done. Go and get what you got to, just get into it. And I'm probably grateful to not say the way I grew up, but well, not with what I grew up with, but more is that I didn't want to be those things that I found distasteful, and that's I've always found tyrants and tyranny to be something very distasteful in my mouth.
Right.
In my whole being, I find tyranny. I'm such against it, and even though I was caught up in it myself, because I, reflecting what was inside outwards, and I think I've talked to you before on this that my dad was a real tyrant, and my parents, not so my father, but my mother used to say, "Oh, you're so much like your dad, Dean," and that used to infuriate the hell out. I always think, what the, I'm not going to be like him. I don't want to be like that. And so it was a continual battle, even within myself, um, not to be a tyrant, even though because I didn't like it, so I didn't want to be one, but I found myself doing it, and it was such a hard thing to escape. Um,
Yeah, it is.
yeah. Mm.
Well, my son. He's in jail, and
Yes, yeah, I've been thinking about that. I didn't want to
that
bring it up as you did.
well, it really set off some depression in me, and it took me a while to come to terms with that. But the forensics on him come back negative for gunpowder or DNA or blood splatter. So I don't, I can't even speculate on what the fuck happened there. You
Yeah,
know.
I mean, yeah, and I
But
mean
he was,
he's probably even got things he's not sure of what happened. You know.
oh yeah, I come to realize that now. But see, he was bleeding my mother dry. Um, she went and paid for one lawyer, and they got mad at that lawyer, which I like that lawyer. They fired him. She goes out, gets another lawyer. In the meantime, she's giving him between $150 and $300 a week in commissary. And then she starts bitching at me about how she's spending her retirement and how she don't know how she's going to survive and live. And on the other hand, I got my son who's sitting in jail talking to me about, how his God is Lucifer and his mother is Lilith, and he knows this, had these visions and all this rite of passage into the occult, and I thought this little son of a bitch is in there living it up. He is in there literally. All he had to do was call my mother, and he could order $75-$200 worth of books from Walden and have them sent to him. He was spending about 150 to 200 in commissary, not including his little laptop thing, that chirp, and that's 15 cents a text. And then his lawyer cost.
Holy.
Yeah, yeah.
Poor
She's
mum.
already
Poor mum.
thousands
Yeah.
upon thousands of dollars. And it come down to she was going to help me get my truck running again. I've got a bit of a slip in one of my gears. And whenever she told me that the money she had to go for Josh, and she didn't know how she was going to make it, and she wouldn't be able to help me with my truck, I showed her my son's text. I said, "Does this look like a grateful person to you? Does this look like a person who's fighting for their freedom? Does this look like a person that appreciates what you're doing?" And he's knocking. He started affecting me financially. He started affecting my mom detrimentally, and naturally, she cut him off. So she says, "I'm the villain. I'm the bad guy." She had the pastor come over because the pastor had a dream that, about her, that Jesus told him something. And now she's all like, I'm the bad guy. My son needs to find Jesus, and she's going to keep her money so she can continue to pay $100 a week to the church. How the hell's that
Yeah.
for you?
Yeah,
That
I
was
know.
sobering.
It's a rough turn of events. But you can't blame her, because she's also like, people that are, I'm not saying she's clutching for straws, but in need of a helping hand. We all at different times need a helping hand.
Well,
And
I told my son I wasn't going to sit back and you know assist him while he just sat in there and lived it up and depleted my mom of her retirement. And
Yeah,
that's where I took a
fully.
stand. I did. I took a stand. And oh man, my son called me everything but a white human today. And
Oh my golly.
yeah.
Oh, that's
So
sad.
I called my
Mm.
mom and I said, what happened? And I said, I've got a phone full of hate here. And she says, well, I cut Josh off today. I told him if he couldn't get his life together and get his head on straight, which to her that,
Well,
Jesus
good
and
honor for that. Good
uh
honor for that, Axis. Yeah,
such, yeah. So she not that I agree with the whole church Jesus
yeah.
thing,
I
but
know what you mean.
it's much
Yeah,
more fundamentally positive than what he's doing now. Because I said if he gets out of this murder charge and he gets out on the street, he's going to be not only emboldened and feel empowered, but he's going to be twice as bad
yeah. Because he's not taking the lesson out of it. Mm,
at all. No, this is
mm.
just a jolly ride for him that was being paid for at my mom's expense and mine, while he just sat in there and you know ate his commissary. Text to he would go through about $75 worth of his chirp a week. That's 15 cents a text. That's how much he was texting. And I was like, when she told me that, and she couldn't even afford $200 to help me with my truck, I was like, wow, what the fuck? And she's like, well, if
Mm.
I pay for this next lawyer, she says my retirement goes down. She says I don't even know how I'm going to survive. And I thought, you know what? This little fucker got himself into this. This little fucker
Yep.
ostracized himself because he got on the drugs. He wanted to drag his whores around with him, and then he wanted to fight me. So I wouldn't allow him around me. And less than 3 months, he takes off, winds up in a couple counties over, and gets nailed for you know the
Yes.
big
Yeah, I know.
big
You don't
shit.
have to say it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Mm.
And then he's sitting in there instead of worrying about his freedom, he's worried about his commissary, his girlfriend, picking and choosing lawyers like they're free. And in the meantime, we're out here suffering.
Yep. And if he had to pay for it all, he'd have a different mindset. I'm sure. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man. So,
Mm.
I feel good in a way that I didn't allow him to deplete her, but I know that was probably it took away his livelihood in there, and now my mom thinks I'm a monster, for doing such. But I have my principles behind it. He was lying to her.
Even though she might be calling you a monster at this time, um, several months down the track, a year down the track, she will probably be very grateful that she listened and stopped
I
entertaining
really
her
doubt that,
grandson.
man. I
Yeah.
really doubt that. Yeah, yeah. My mom is a
Well,
very
mums are mums. Or there'll always be mums, and you
yeah.
can't stop them
No.
loving their children and their grandchildren and their
Well, it's
great grandchildren.
right. That's the
Mm.
problem is she has so much pent up animosity towards me, and it, my mom is paying the way for a 19-year-old that she adopted when he was, I think, 6 or 7, as my brother's child, my stepbrother's child. Um,
Okay.
and he's over there with a whore that he fucks. He has all the privileges in the world, new car, nice computer, don't have to do shit, smokes dope all day, and she contributes to that. My son because her grandson goes to jail, and I could understand her helping, but damn, you know. So
Through our beliefs. Through our
she's raising
beliefs, we
two.
make a rod for our own back. Yes, I understand what you're saying.
I was like, oh hell no, 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 no. You know, this is not cool. This is not cool at all. You know, and just just don't. You know, my mom was coming to me for advice, for information, for this, that, and another, and I was like, all she's doing is utilizing me as a resource to help further these two parasites. And I was like, no, no, I can't do this. So I had to clean my act up, Dean.
Yeah, I understand you, and I'm glad you make the decision for yourself, because that's, we can all make decisions and think, well, we're going to help somebody else, but if we don't help ourselves first, we're useless to ourselves, and we're useless to. I mean, how the hell can you help anybody else if you're not even helping yourself, right?
Right, and that's kind of the point I reached today. Is I got in-home services that help me out, and I don't make a whole lot of money, but I get by, and you know, I just it blew me away. I was just completely dumbfounded. Here's these two vacant voids that are just absolutely draining the resources to the point where this woman's concerned about her retirement, her future, and she can't even afford to fix a gear in my truck. That's bad. And I was like, no, no, this is totally uncalled for. So maybe I was a monster. Maybe I should have let my son bleed her dry from in jail and let
Well,
the
I'm glad you made that this choice to put it, to nip it in the bud, right? Because
well,
even though she might be calling you a monster, um, I feel we reflect on things, even if it's not doesn't come out on the day, or a month later, or months later, or even a year later. Um, it's like I was talking about how I hadn't grieved for my parents. I did have to come to the point where I had to reflect, and it's you know everybody has that, gets to that point where you have to reflect on what and how you are presenting yourself in the scheme of things.
right.
um, and and I think, even though we may, like at the moment, discredit anything that might come of it, I feel in the future there will be a time of reflection for her, and you might see things in a whole different light in 2 years' time, Axis.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
possible. I'm not going to rule that out. I don't rule out
mm,
possibility. Seen too
for
many things
sure.
happen to rule that out. It just put me in a position where I realized that, which is the truth of it all, the only person we truly have is ourselves. And I had become unuseful to myself.
Well,
And
I'm
it took
glad
all
you've
this.
decided to make a change on that, Axis, because
Well, don't,
you've got a
don't,
lot.
don't,
You've got a
don't.
lot to offer on the panels. I hear you talking, and you've got stuff to offer, and you
Yeah,
shouldn't be holding that back from anyone because you know um, of other circumstances. I mean,
I
I
just,
feel like, I feel like we've all got a verbal of ourselves that we can reflect on, and many other people can hear it and see it and even recognize it in themselves. and know that they're not alone. That they're not the only one thinking it or feeling it, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
It's just that, especially in a state that I'm in right now, it just kind of adds to the fuckery of it all. It really does. And maybe this time, but don't give me early praise because I haven't achieved anything yet. Any
I'm here to support you, Access. You know,
I appreciate
that's
that,
what
Gene.
I came up to do is to help, to support you.
I do
Um,
appreciate that because I didn't know that his situation was going to turn into this situation, and you know I couldn't condone what was happening, and I even told him I'm not going to help you bleed my mother dry. I told him that. Well, that pissed him off,
on you, good on you. Yep.
and yeah, so he immediately, I guess, got a hold of her and tried to throw me under the bus, which he did really good, and used grandma's love, but he still got his shit pinched.
Yep. Well, it's I don't know how long he's going to be in there for, but now that Nana's not supporting that, there's that time of reflection's going to come sooner, right?
Well, I'm thinking maybe now he'll at least take this with some seriousness and start working towards his freedom instead of his contentment.
I think I hope so, and I kind of feel it will. Um,
Well, that was a
because
part of my intent is
while mum's supporting that, he's not having to acknowledge anything. That he can push it all aside, but when it comes down to him, he's on the wire now on his own. It's a bit different, right?
right,
Mm.
right. And that's why, my thinking was is if she continues to pay his way in there and he's living this cushy little life in there, he's not going to work for his freedom. And then I could lose my son really forever. And he's not he's not going to do anything except nest in there with his comfort, and nothing that he done is going to have any consequence. And when he gets out, you think he was a bastard before. Oh shit, you know?
Yeah. Well, we can't make that judgment too solid, you know.
Well, something could happen. He
Um,
could turn around,
yeah.
and
That's right. Mm.
he's been given a lot of chances. He's he's had a lot of chances, and people have forked over a lot for him to have those chances, and he'll jump into it and just give you this whole persona that, man, he is on the ball. This kid's going to have this little business going, and he's going to do what he needs to do. And then less than 6 to 8 weeks later, he's got a couple bitches. He's fucked up on meth and whatever else, and he's stealing and lying and wanting to fight, and he's depleted everything, and it's been more than once.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a
I
sad.
feel you, and I know what you're talking about because I've been down the same path myself. Not say to the point of taking lives and things like that, but um, just faltering and falling down, falling by the wayside more than once, right?
Yeah, I
Um,
have.
yeah. Mm.
That's
And I look back over my life, I mean, I'm 70 next birthday, which is in February. It's only a bloody month away until I'm 70,
Wow.
and I think about how long it's taken me on this journey to come to the conclusions and the understandings that I'm getting now. That I feel, man, it would have been great if they were happening when I was 40 instead of when I'm bloody turning towards 70.
Right.
Mm, mm,
Right. That's, I really appreciate you being up here tonight, Dean, and it's wonderful that we got to be able to do this because this is so beneficial to me at the moment. Um, Especially your experience, you know, and after that comes through time and your own experiences. That
It gives. I think that's it was what happens is that the more experiences we have and these things, I think it helps to it helps you to reflect, and when you reflect, it helps others. I think that's how it comes across for me, because I reflect on my life, and and I can see that a lot of the things that you are reflecting on in your life are very similar.
well,
Um,
that's why I'm relating to you, man. I mean, really,
mm,
what your words are hitting home, man.
mm. Maureen was just saying I've got my earphones in, so you can't really hear the conversation, but she suffers fibromyalgia, and
Oh man,
she some days in the wintertime she can't get out of bed. The pain is just too much, and
damn,
she's unable to move. And we had a couple of weeks recently where we weren't able to get some of the medication that she's got. She's on from Big Pharma. I know it's Big Pharma, and we want to avoid that stuff as much as we can. But some of these things you just can't get
right,
any other way, and so she's had to rely on some of these medications, and
yeah,
because she had to go without for a couple of weeks, we had a bit of a situation where we weren't able to get in there to town to get those things, and she almost seized up. I mean, every day she was walking from the bed to the toilet and then back again, and she's almost unable to move each leg one after the other, and
damn,
she was just about crying as she was moving, and um, just the fact that we were able to get in and get the medication, and within hours of taking it, her whole demeanor, even her body, was able to move again. And so I say, I don't like the idea of being living on the back of a big pharma, but when you've got a situation like that and you can see the difference,
right,
it's you can't deny that person because of what you think, or they've got to be able to have. I mean, I didn't stop it because of what I was thinking. It was another situation. The vehicle was out of order, but it's just goes to show that some of these medications, even though we don't like the idea of them, they do help, and it's made a difference. It has made a difference in the last couple of days that she's been able to take them again. That she's able to move again. It's just incredible. Yeah.
right. That's I don't have a severity of that nature, but I have a hard time, but not so hard that I should, just vegetable myself like, a pickled egg and jelly up and resort to just interacting on a screen, never leaving the house. Um, there are some medicines that's going to take me longer to get off of, but I just, Dean, I've laid here for so long, and I really,
Even your muscles dissipate, don't they?
yeah, yeah,
Mm. Mm.
yeah. I don't do any, outside exercise. Hell, I don't exercise. Who am I kidding? You know.
Yeah,
So
well, you got a lung problem for a start, so you know.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
And
So I don't,
and I mean, I understand that. I mean, Maureen's in the same boat as that, as far as that goes, as her body has dissipated because of pain. Yeah, no doubt about it.
yeah. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be comfortable. Um, but that's the only way I can think of that would free me from restraint and maybe give me motivation to do something besides, you know, sleep, music, computer, sleep, music, computer, you know, deal with my son, my mom, the bickering, the arguing, the money, the court case, worry, depression, sleep, computer, medication. It was just, it
I
just,
know. Mm.
I was like,
I, he-
fuck.
I hear that.
So,
I know. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't have a fitness regime myself, but when I feel like I'm seizing up, like maybe been sitting around for a couple of days, haven't done anything. Um, I basically, I just go for a walk,
right,
and I walk as far as I can, and I get to the point where I think to myself, well, I should be turning around now, but I'll go an extra mile so that I have to make myself worth that much more to get home, right?
right, right.
Um,
And I admire
I
that, Dean, because it's definitely not something that I wake up to is even considering going outside.
mm,
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
I do
serious when
have
I,
the choice of going out for a walk into the countryside. That's, I mean, I'm living in the country, so I do have that option of being able to walk in the countryside in the fresh air. And at night time, I can go for a walk, and there's no light pollution. And even though people say, oh, that you can still see in the cities at night and then see the night sky, there's a big difference between a clear sky in the country and out in the open in the clear sky over the top of a lot of city lights. Yeah.
yeah, one is I don't trust the community here because it's kind of impoverished and there's some dangerous elements here. So,
Yes,
you
I
know,
know what you
I,
mean.
I don't,
Yeah.
I don't want to have to
Mm.
encounter that and then have to react to it. Um,
Mm. Mm.
Secondly, is
Yeah.
I'm in no physical
Well, it's,
condition.
fight or flight. Well, it's actually flight, isn't it? Because you're not in any position to fight.
No,
And so it's flight. And then are you capable of flight? you know?
no, no,
Yeah.
no.
I
I'd
know
get
what to
my ass
say.
literally thumped if I didn't do anything kinetic, and
So
that's just
yeah,
the
it's
truth
just,
of it.
mm, I fully get that. I mean, I don't advise bloody different stuff, but you can get a box or something like a wooden box or something that's hard enough to carry your weight, and just step up on it and step back down, step up on it, step back down, and
Yeah,
you could probably do that while you're playing your guitar.
yeah. You know, my God, Dean. But it's almost like a cleansing and a rebirth. Um, where the only two people I associate with, other than my case manager and my in home, which varies, but my mom and my son, and I just
You
it
have a
just gets
small social circle.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't I don't. A lot of people were airing your dirty laundry on the internet or what. No, this is all I had. These people have become more familiar with me than people in my own fucking community or that live in the same housing complex that I do.
Yes.
And there is a comfort in that. You don't have to physically interact and socialize, and you're not having to deal with any of the nonsense that takes place outside of your front door.
Well, years
But
ago, I mean, I used to say be a social bloody critter,
mm,
and I kind of reflected that, I had a lot of friends, but most of them were just because I drank, and I was free with what I drank. If I went to a do with a whole lot of guys, uh, and there was a party going on, I mean, I would stock up with booze, and I'd get more than what I was going to capable of drinking, because I knew others were going to run out and they'd need something. I mean, that was just my generosity to keep the party going. That was how I wanted to keep the party going.
yeah,
Um, and so I used to think that I had a hell of a lot of friends, but when I gave up drinking, they all disappeared.
yeah, with the bottle. Yeah, yeah, they disappeared with the bottle.
Yep.
I've yeah, I've run into that a couple of times when I've decided to stop doing certain things. Is that whole crowd just dissipated into oblivion? And you know as well as I do, when you're out nomading, man, you don't make friends and you don't get Klingons, you know.
That's
You,
right.
you,
Yeah.
and 3 years of that, I couldn't even tell you the ones that aren't dead, overdosed, or wound up behind bars. Who knows,
Yes.
And a hell of a slew of them. And I think, you know, how the hell did I make it through all that? You know, uh,
Yeah.
and what the fuck am I doing here at this point in time in this situation? Well, it was me.
We make our own bed and we have to lay in it, don't we? You know?
Yep. And
Mm.
that's where I found myself. And I don't necessarily have to be Dean. I just wish that the strength that I'm feeling now, I could carry over for the next, 3 or 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, on and on and on.
And
That
they
would be,
grow, and the days grow when when they start to get numbered. Yeah, for sure. You know, talking about detoxing, um, I don't recommend that this is as a recommendation to any single person on account of health and all that. But I have been eating clay.
play.
Um, I source clay from a river that's running clean, or a creek, and I find a bed of clay, and
Yeah.
I get it, and I sift it out. And the thing with clay is got it's got a silica base, right?
Uh huh.
And so when you find a deposit of clay, you dig it out and you put it in a bucket, and you get your hands in there and you squeeze all it out. You get all the water to mix until you actually dissipate all the clay until it's just a water solution. And then you let the water evaporate off. And what will happen is you end up with two layers. You'll end up with a layer of debris, grit. You got heavy stones at the bottom, lighter grit, finer grit, and then you've got the silica layer, which is like a plasticity. It has got a plasticity about it. And when you hold it with your fingers, it almost feels oily, but it's not. It's just the elasticity, plasticity of it. But that's what I go for. That's what I'm looking for. And I take that layer off the top and I actually ingest it, right?
Right.
And what I've found with it is when I feel like I've got a whole lot of heavy minerals, like, because I think heavy minerals in your body or heavy metals, minerals and such, they make you feel heavy. You feel heavy-hearted even. But when you actually flush them out of your system, you can actually lift some of that weight off your shoulders. It's a physical inside yourself that you're lifting that weight out of you, And that's what I've been doing. I actually learned most of that stuff from the indigenous people in Australia. And the reason they eat clay, they usually eat termite and mound clay, right? So they got termite mounds, and termite mounds dig into the earth and make these mounds, but they make it out of the clay, the silica itself.
Right.
And that's why they're so hard and able to stand against wind and rain and weather. And so these people, because Australia's been mining for a long, long time, a lot of their mining ground is toxic, right? But they happen to be mining in the indigenous people's lands, and the indigenous people have still got to live there, right? And so they start getting these toxins in them, and that's how they deal with it, by eating clay.
Wow.
And so I took a leaf out of that book and I've applied it to my own life. Yeah.
Well,
I'm not going to say it's a health remedy for everyone, but I find it works good for me. Yeah.
Right. I don't have access to such a thing, and I'm kind of dealing with what I have at hand to get through this.
You can find modeling clay. You can find out modeling clay. You might be able, because that's all been cleaned properly.
Right.
Yeah, I know. Maureen just said there's a lot of them now. They put oils and plaster of Paris with it. But if you can get a pure terracotta, for example, yeah, I'm not recommending anything here, but I'm
no.
relating something here.
Right. Dean, I don't know, and ever since I've been binging and purging for several years, I haven't ever seen or encountered anything that makes this any more easier than when I just get downright disgusted with it and decide no more. And when I do that, generally, it's not so bad. I've got the perseverance, but now, I've got the grit and I'm taking it on head force, but the emotional baggage, strain, and pull from my son and my mom, that's just going to have to be dealt with in time later. I did what I did because I felt it was the right thing for my son and my mother, And what she does with herself from there is fine, but I don't, I I don't know if I added to my stress and ability to get through this in the next few days, what the repercussions of that will be. But damn, I'm fighting like a motherfucker right now.
Good on you. Good on you, bro. And I mean, as I say, all power to you, bro. That's how I come across as I give you the power that I feel that, talking about things. And we can, I call it even shedding, like I can shed some of that to you, I feel. Yeah.
That's awesome. Because if I wasn't here talking to you, Dean, the truth of the matter is that I would probably have some type of entertainment on, uh, mostly, 100% internet entertainment, and I'd be tossing and turning and just completely in a state of misery trying to deal with this without a sounding board and reasoning. So, it couldn't have been any better that you come up here, Dean.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad I did, and I'm
Yeah,
glad I can be a bit of a help and an assistance there. Yeah.
Dean, you have no idea what you're doing, brother. I mean, because my alternative, is just laying here and dealing with my mind and my body craving, or I had to struggle and really, really force myself to open up a live stream tonight because I was like,
Well, I'm glad you did, because even in that you say that you're grateful for me coming up, but there's also the fact, the other side of the coin is that when I reflect on my life and my situation and how I could possibly help another person, is also a help to me,
oh man,
and
Dean, yes.
so I recognize that, and I'm you know I'm grateful for that too.
It, like I said, I'm very, 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 very glad that you come up here, and it was you that I get to talk to
It's
because,
been a long time, Axis, since we've had a talk.
yeah,
Hmm?
yeah, yeah, it has, and you know, I, I don't bind myself, that to any given religion or any principal narrative that the government wants to shove down my throat that they say is morally right. I do my own thing. I always have. And I learn from that, sometimes hard, but to know that I have a brother in arms when it comes to that, man, that's reassuring.
Thank you, and I feel the same. So
Yeah, hey, we
awesome.
got Dom down there and
All
Malcolm.
power. Yeah,
Right.
I've had a bit. I've had a bit of a fallout with Dom, and I don't want to even talk about it really. But I do would like to repair that
Right.
with Dom. Um, I may. I'm a. Whew, I can get caught up in myself and say stupid things and do stupid stuff, and I'm still doing stupid stuff, and I'm nearly 70.
Right.
Um, and I make some stupid decisions that cost me, and you know, I'm still
Well,
doing them.
if you give me a second, I'll drop the link down there, and if somebody wants to, the link is further up in the chat, but I'll redrop the link here if you give me a second, Dean, and
Yeah, no worries. Mm.
see what transpires. Uh, my technology, the one that I use as my primary, is getting kind of old, so it doesn't respond as well as it used to.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Actually, I've only used a phone for so long that I've never actually even had a laptop, And Maureen, for my birthday, he's gone and bought me a latest laptop, Apple or something, which is on its way. So it'll change my perspective and how I do things too. So I'll be able to might even be able to go live myself and interact a little bit better. Yeah,
Right. I'm going to have to, if I drop off here, Dean, I'll be right back, okay?
no problem. Peace and love to the chat. Hope everyone's doing well. It's probably later evening for most of you people, although it's getting towards evening time here as well. We're looking at 5:36, which is actually daylight saving time, so it's really 4:36. In fact, I find when daylight saving comes along, I never change the clock. And then, people say, "Oh, hey, where you been?" I say, "Oh, what? Why? What's the time?" And they go, "Oh, you're an hour out." I go, "Oh no, that's right, bloody daylight saving." So yeah,
Right. I
daylight
can,
saving throws me out a lot. Yeah.
yeah, Dom asked me a question today, when you're going to start living. And that kind of struck a chord in me too. From, you always get those signs, just like the synchronicity of you coming up here and us having this conversation and how it's relevant to each other. And when I seen that and was listening to aesthetic, man, that kind of put a spotlight on things, which brings us here.
It's great, and I mean, that's the thing with the chat. Um, there's people out there that are concerned, and they might say something, and some people might take it wrong or harshly, but maybe it's just a little extended motion to say, well, maybe you could look at yourself and make some changes. Mm.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what I got to keep in mind too. Is same way with birthing something new. There's going to be the uncomfortable side of it that before you get to that childly clean, fresh-eyed view, you're going to have to go through some shit. So
Shed that exoskeleton. It's a bit like a grub turning into a butterfly. Um, that cocoon might not feel too bloody good when you're moving out of it. In fact, you're probably thinking how distasteful it is. By the time you do get out of it, you look back on it, know that even though it was really hard to shed, the new skin, the new inner standing, it's a magical thing in itself, really. Mm.
absolutely, Dean, I probably could have kept on and just really not gave it much thought. But like I said, today was almost a cleansing of everything. It's just strange how it has synchronicity, you know. And you know, if you don't follow those
Absolutely.
synchronicities, then synchronicity will get you.
Well, you're not listening to yourself too. That's the other thing, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
I mean, you can have a conversation with yourself, and you can say, "Oh, well, yep, I'm going to do that," and you can say that the next day, and the next day, and the next day. But that's, like I say, procrastination. And eventually you're going to have to say, "Well, bite the bullet, mate. It's time to bloody make a change." You know.
No. Yes. Oh shit. Yeah, you got excuse me, Dean, I got some weird funky shit happening with my body. it I can feel it coming out of my muscles and bones. And really really doesn't feel good on the old
Uncomfortable.
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it's pretty uncomfortable. So I'm trying to maintain a sense of presence here so that I don't, you know, turn over and just crawl up inside of myself until yeah, Dom.
Yeah.
I'm going to answer him in the chat here. He yeah, oh man, he was taking full advantage of my mom. Um, she was about to spend the rest of her retire or her pension on him. Um, he was still the same character he's always been as far as his bad behavior, and you know I couldn't allow him to bleed my mom dry. You know, so I took on the role of a real bad guy today and stifled it, but you know I guess I'm the
Well,
hero's anti-hero.
yeah. I felt the same. I feel that what you're talking about, because I think about my parents and their later years, and when they needed me, I needed to be there, and I'm glad I was able to be there for my dad and my mum, because I was still physically capable. Um, I I even feel I probably still am, but not as much as I was when my parents passed away. They passed away in 2008. Actually, I've got to relate this. Um, it's really an unusual situation, but I was going through a detox in um, in 1993, 94. I was going through a detox then, and trying to get myself back on track. So to get out of alcohol, get out of drugs, and all that sort of stuff. And I've been clean for, I don't know, something like over a month. And I sort of started practicing astral travel. Somebody had talked to me about it, said, ever go at astral travel, and they sort of gave me an idea of how to do it. And I actually, I felt like I'd actually got it out of my body, and I was sort of like feeling like, wow, I'm not in my, I'm not in my body. I sort of feel this, and then what happened was, it was really weird. This black dark figure um, had a black hood on, and I couldn't see its face, but I knew it was sort of humanish form. But it grabbed my bedside chair, and it swung it to the side of the bed and sat on it. I don't know how he could, because he sat on it with the back facing me and had his arms over the top of it. And it had my clock and the book I was reading on it, so I don't know how he was sitting on that. But anyway, and all I got from him was 08. And, I just had this 08 out of it. And then it was like I'd come back to myself and woke up. It was sort of like a waking out of a dream, but I felt like it was a daydream more than a actual sleep dream. Excuse me. And I sort of never gave it a lot of thought. It was just 08. And then I got like my mother passed away. She passed away from a heart attack, and it was incredible. But my father was passing away 7 days later. It was incredible, right? And my dad was dying, and my sister rang me up and says, "Can you go and be with Dad? Because Mark and I have gone on holiday, and it's been like 3 years since we've had a break. And just, can you go and be with Dad?" And I said, "Yeah, no worries." And I went down, and as I was driving my car down to Dad, I it just went bing, like 08. It was 2008, 08. And I just stopped the car on the side of the road and pulled over, and it's just, holy shit, it's 2008. And Mum's dead, and now Dad's dying.
Oh, man.
And it was like, I had to ring my mate up and say, "Remember when I told you about that thing?" And all I got out of it was 08. I said, "Fuck, it's happening right now. And Mum's dead, and now Dad's dying." And it was, fuck, it hit me hard, I tell you. And it was so obscure. That's probably why I didn't deal with my grieving with my parents, and I just pushed it aside and got drunk all the time, and just didn't deal with it. But I just look, when I look back on it, it's just incredible that some kind of premise came before it, right? And
premonition.
yeah, I just like to relate that. Yeah.
Dean, thank you. Really. I mean, wow. Yeah. What can you say to realizing a prophetic situation like that and the reality of the situation?
Well, it was
It's
incredibly, because not only was I like shocked by it, but I held my dad's hand, and I slept in a lazy boy beside his bed. When he slept, I went to sleep. If he awoke, I woke up. And he had emphysema. He was drowning in his own fluid. And, I could feel him gripping my hand. And I knew he was fearful. You know, he was
Right.
fearful of death, and
Wow.
all I could say to him was that Mum's out there waiting for you, Dad. He's just waiting for you, and that's what I kept on telling him. Mum's there. She's waiting for you, Dad. And after the third day, I got up. I thought, right, I've got to go to the bloody toilet. As soon as I buggered off to the toilet, he slipped out the door. And
Oh,
I understand that. It, the nurses said, "Oh, he doesn't know anything. He's got dementia." But I know in my heart that he knew that I'd told him that Mum was out there waiting for him. I knew it in my heart.
wow.
Yeah.
Damn, Dean. That's a hell of a thing for a man to have to handle. I I was
I
I
feel for
still
Chuck because he's lost his parents and his mother and his grandfather, people that were dear to him. And I really am a heartfelt person when I connect with people on that level.
right. I don't even I that's so powerful, Dean. That I mean, just the revelation of that alone. You know, it sounds like you're taking moments from shit that I've been through, Dean. Maybe we were mates at one time in another life, and we just decided to drag it on two sides of the continent and or the earth and the
Yep.
world or whatever, and relive it in separate places and then talk about it later.
Yeah. It's cool. I reckon. I love that sort of connection. I feel that it's a real thing for me.
Right?
I mean, I've talked to Phil Craig, and I feel the same about him. Something connection that him and I have that goes beyond just having met each other online and from a distant, you know, distant place.
What happened to
I
Phil?
feel so connected to the guy, you know.
Right. What happened to Phil?
Yeah,
He was doing some lives there for a while.
yeah. He said he's got, there's things going on, family things and stuff,
Right.
and
Well, that's
something's
understandable.
not. Some things that take a different course. Sometimes they do take a different course, and it's not what we plan.
Right. Um.
And
Yeah. This
yeah,
this this hit me out of the blue, Dean. And had it not been for you and others that I found support with from the beginning when my son did his little got in trouble to
yes,
this moment, my true support system and the people that have truly been there for me are right inside my computer and my phone. I have gotten no better support, no better response and understanding, and no kinder people than the people that I have encountered here that I now call friends. That includes you, Dean. We
that's
go way
beautiful.
back.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful, bro.
And for us to be able to share our life experiences and have that intimate bond of understanding, that makes some of the nonsense that I've had to put up with here almost almost
Bearable,
tolerable.
bearable.
Yeah,
Yeah, bro.
yeah, because
Yeah, bro.
I'm still the same person that I was a couple years ago, Dean. I haven't changed. I still I still do light and dark and good and evil and the whole spectrum of everything, but I'm principled. That's what I think the saving grace is I understand the principle of balance, and I understand the principle of common courtesy.
I've learnt that from you. I've learnt that
And
from you.
I
Mm.
can be a hostile little son of a bitch, but if you can't be real, you can't be honest, you can't be upfront, then don't be at
Then you
all.
might as well keep your mouth shut. Don't be at all. Exactly. Yep. On you. Yeah.
Because if you're not mature enough to observe or be a part of someone sharing a deep life, intimate situation, and a lot of people come to these panels for help. You know, I'm coming
Yeah.
down, and I just, I think we got one coming up here. Well, cat and a rat.
Okay. All right. Hey, Dom.
Hi, Dean. Hi, Axis.
Hey, Dom, it's good to see you, man.
I'd like to
I've got.
apologize for my behavior toward you.
It's all love, Dean. I just didn't understand why Paula had to drag herself into it. I just kind of just accepted the name calling for a while. It's hard for me to tolerate it, but I get it. I said certain things to you, Dean. It's just because I was trying to share out loud and I get excited. And I know you know a lot of stuff, but I'm a young buck still, but I really don't understand why Paula has to mingle.
Uh,
I've told her
Yeah,
already
well,
before.
I'm not going to speak for her. I'm not
Good
going to speak
enough.
for her, but
I,
mm, mm,
yeah, I've already spoke once to her. I said we're different energy going in different direction. Please leave it at that. But for whatever reason,
mm.
she's even striked it with some of her friends. But anyway, I'm already yapping way too far. My apologies.
no,
It's all
you're
good.
fine. You're fine. If there's something that needs to be aired to clear the
Yes.
air, then let the air be
Mm.
cleared.
No,
You
but
know what I
Dean's
mean?
correct. Dean's correct. She's not here.
Right, right. And I can respect that because I follow that same aspect. If I'm gonna
I
confront a
think that's a
person,
code, isn't it? It's a code we have to keep in some. We have to keep it. Otherwise, we fail ourselves too.
I was
right?
more hurt with you, Dean, because I really like you, and I realized something was gonna miss that day. And I like Chuck. I love Chuck. I can't say I just like the guy. I love the guy, and I really enjoy
Yeah,
your company.
fully.
So hopefully this we can put this aside and realize.
We can.
Yeah,
We
thank
will
you,
put it
Yeah,
aside. There's no think we can. We can. We will. Right?
thank you, Dean. Thank you, Dean.
Yeah.
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 And to reassure everything, Dom, me and Dean were at odds with each other at one time.
Hmm.
That was back during the kind of the truth or awakening, whatever that fiasco was. And there was a lot of disruption at that time, and me and Dean had fell kind of at odds with each other, not so much angrily as just kind of avoiding each other.
Yep.
And
Yep.
there was no hostilities thrown, there was no anger thrown at each other. We just kind of recognized that we butted heads. Okay, let's go on. And when I come back and started showing up in the community again, he was very receptive,
Mhm.
held no grudge.
Like I said, I heard Dean. I heard you mention earlier right here. You mentioned my name, and I thought, okay, because I know me, Dean. I'll just keep quiet. It's not me. So the fact that you just mentioned my name, Dean, I would really appreciate that, and that's it. That's all I needed to hear.
Cool.
I didn't even need to hear an apology because I don't think there was anything to apologize for. It was just a misunderstanding.
Uh,
I said certain things.
verbal abuse is something that's distasteful for me, and I know I'd get involved in it, and I'm sorry that I did. That's what I'm talking about.
Hmm. Thank you. That's all.
Yeah.
I
Mm.
deserve it to a
Ah,
certain point, but not the verbal abuse, but probably a private lashing. I've had mine with other people privately. I can handle things publicly. It's a tough one for me. I go
Cool.
quiet.
I know. I mean, I understand that from you, and I appreciate you too, Dom, for coming up here and being, we can be straight with each other.
Mhm.
And
With another good
yeah,
soul
and
in access.
repair that broken channel, right?
It's not even broken, Dean. It wasn't even broken.
I
That was
know.
it
Okay,
wasn't even broken.
but you know,
Awesome. That's so
yeah.
awesome, man.
Thanks, Access.
Yeah, Dom, you really came in with some serious synchronicity by when you're going to start living, Access. Well, you got a camera in here watching me vegetate and completely wall out the world.
Access, if I can share, I don't know if I was channeling. I don't recall saying that to you.
Yeah.
Oh, if I did,
Yeah, it really
okay.
it really caught me. It was during Aesthetic Warriors stream.
Oh, okay. Okay, well,
It may have been a slip, but it was a prophetic one.
sometimes when I type, when you type and you think, okay, was that a miss? I'm like, okay, it's done with. So if I had said that, Dean, I'm sorry, Access, and it served, sure. When you just said
No,
it tonight, I
yeah, it
thought,
served well.
okay, okay.
Yeah, that was, if that was a typo, that was a very prophetic typo, man. And nobody can typo like that.
And knowing me, it's usually I'm projecting, so that's probably was a message for me. Usually is. So, Dean, when I talk out loud, just in case you want to know, a lot of that shit I talk, that's me talking to me.
I know.
That's the
I get
shit
it
that I
now,
don't know.
Dom.
Yeah.
It's the communication we got in our heads, and I realize that. Yeah, for sure.
And I do use I am a romantic when it comes to philosophizing. I get that about me. Like if somebody had said, do you apply most of that stuff? I said, I'm a talker. If a person applies it, they're way much ahead of me. All the power to them.
Wow.
When I hear you talking to even Access, your life experience, fuck, I would have to live a couple of lifespans to catch up to you guys.
Yeah, us old fogies, we were around whenever there was gun and knife bars, and if you couldn't fight your way out of there, then you just weren't quite the man that everybody expected you to be.
Well, don't get me wrong, Access. I'm 59. I'm talking about when I hear your experiences you guys have done in your lifespan is quite amazing. From an
Oh,
outside
come on,
person
Dom. You
looking
weren't that sheltered, were you?
my parents treated me quite spoily. I won't deny that. My parents came from tough times. They're still with us. My dad's kind of losing it right now, but
Oh, man.
they came from another country to Canada, and my mom made sure that me and my brother lived somewhat comfortably. I don't think we abused it, but I never lived in hardship.
Wow.
So yeah, so
Yeah, I feel I get that, and yeah. It really is. I mean, when I think about what you're saying there with your parents moving to a different country to make a better place for their family, and I think that's an admirable thing for any parent to take on.
true. And they came young. My mom was 15 and my dad was 17.
Wow.
And my dad sponsored all his brothers and sisters. When my dad talks about being a man, I said, Dad, that's not me. That's you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I will say, Dom, that your wisdom exceeds apparently your life experiences as far as hands-on in some of the arenas that someone like me or even Dean have been through. But I will say, Dom, intellectually you hold ground in quite a way that, well, I've told you before, you've got a finesse, man.
Could be my Virgo, me being a Virgo, analytical, fictitious. But I kind of said it openly. I am this student right now as the observer. My wife even said to me, Dom, you've kind of become a student now. My feminine, I really go into my feminine energy, and shit that comes out of my mouth sometimes, guys, I'm like, where the fuck's that coming from? But I realize I'm just sharing. What other people do with it,
fully.
I'm not malicious to people. I'm not trying to tell other people what to do. Just hear it if they choose to. If not, I'm the one that gets to hear it.
Right. And that's still another type of self-reflection. I mean, at least you're listening to what you're saying.
Hmm.
That most people just blabber at the mouth and expect no recourse, nor do they observe what's just coming out the pie hole.
Like I have
Words are
experiences.
valuable.
Yeah, I do have experience. I've been divorced. I realized I was the shithead in the divorce. I've had depressions and all that, but those were like years past. And I like to strive on how it made me a better person, opposed to always making about my past stories. I get it. Some people want that past story ideal, but I'm thinking a lot of people in the community, they share that stuff.
Well,
Yeah, fully. Yeah. I mean,
I
I think that self-reflection is is basically how we get to make changes for ourselves for a start. Really, if you don't
yeah, I agree with that,
if you
Dean.
don't acknowledge what you're self-reflecting, and you just say it and then have no intention of following it up.
Mhm.
I feel I'd be doing myself an justice if I was to verbally say something and then not follow it up. Yeah,
I think we all know that we're living in a time because of this technology, how the human race are being treated like pieces of shit.
Uh,
Uh, Again, like I get it. People want to blame a small faction of humanity, which we'll call them the elites, even though they don't deserve that title. Um, it's us. We have to take it. We have to take our own onus again and say, okay, what can we do? I've heard Dean, you've talked about it, whether it's planting trees or being a farmer. Axes, I heard about all the energy work you do.
yes,
So unless people start really taking accountability, I get it. Most of us are still asleep, going to jobs, working in the mall, doing aimless job, being a lawyer, being a doctor. I get it. Their careers or whatever, but how is that helping us as a collective race? Maybe I'm idealistic when I talk about that, but anyway, I
I
get tired.
wouldn't say
yeah,
so, Dom, because I developed these frequencies as a defense against a type of warfare that they're using against us.
Mm,
And my research is to defend, and I'm not gonna lie, I've got attack processes too, but to develop a system of being able to defend or become the offender if necessary against this modern technology, because I'm adapted to. I understand it. I was working an old 8088 back in 94, 93, 94. No one had a fucking computer.
but does
So
that take a toll on you, access?
um I allowed it to,
Mm,
because I started a regimen of pharmaceuticals, and it got to the point where my music, my work, my research, especially with the dream technology, the frequency and vibration technology, the tones, the pulses, um, you know, everything within the audible range to out of the audible range, the uh, the different radiation levels that they're using from these cellular poles, and you know, I just kind of got lost in I got four screens in front of me, and that's all I was doing was I'd wake up, start my medicine regimen, and endeavor into research, just social media, and basically self-destructive habits. That's a part of my binging and that's it. I had mentioned binging and purging to you. I said,
mhm.
balance. That's why I said to you in Aesthetic Warriors. I said I binge and purge, Dom. The way I find balance. And you said you'll have to tell me about that sometime.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, but to me, I'm
Yeah,
getting that deal: overeating, undereating, not sleeping, and then sleeping. Sounds like a
yeah.
lot of us are living under out of balance, I guess.
Um, I just took it too far to the self-destructive stage, to where not only was it affecting me being able to be useful, like I was telling Dean, to myself, but to anybody else on a physical level. And it was I allowed myself to deteriorate. And today really hit home.
I think for me, I wouldn't even know how to even, like I've done my many fasts years ago, wouldn't even know how to start, knowing that I probably wouldn't challenge fasting from technology. That drains me the most. And as I'm on it, obviously, so that's why I was asking about the frequencies. How much are encouraging by all the stuff that we go on with online stuff? I know it sounds pessimistic, but like, can we truly get away from it? What is it going to take for us to realize we're playing with all this phone waves, like through the internet, Wi-Fi?
Right. And I have been able to get my home to where the 90%, if not 80 to 90% of my home does not receive signal. You can't get a phone signal in here. You can't get an internet signal because of precautions that I've taken. And where I'm at physically, is I have low level frequencies, which pretty much drowned out anything that isn't radioactive. You know what I mean? Microwaves. But are they going to have technology next month that just makes everything that I've done go to pot? Very possible. Have I dedicated a lot of time to it? Yeah. Has anybody really considered the seriousness of it? Just a handful.
Yeah, that's the thing. Unless we get together as the masses, it's like when I hear people. I remember when my buddies used to talk about fluoride. I'm like, okay, so I get it. We're educating ourselves
Excuse
on
me.
fluoride. No problem, Dean. We're educating ourselves on fluoride. We're not drinking it, but what about when you shower with it? It's like we're being bombarded with all these waves everywhere. Again, I don't want to sound like that doomsday guy, but sometimes awareness comes at the cost. Like, am I fooling myself?
Right.
It takes the masses to put an effort. It's not the few. The few that are, let's say, cleverly deceiving us, and the few that are trying to help us, those cancel each other out. It's the masses. What is it going to take for the masses to realize, what do you think those towers are doing? What do you think airplane that goes across the skies due to the airwaves? That's different. All that affects us. And as I'm hearing
Yep.
people like you, Dean, talk about farming, and I'm like, beautiful craft. But how many of us would even want to be farmers again, let alone hunters? It
Yeah.
sounds nice.
Well, I
Like,
don't even want to hunt anymore. I mean, I've surpassed that now.
yeah,
Um,
and I know quite a few of my buddies. That's what they used to do. I think you guys were talking earlier. Phil's a hunter, and I enjoy hearing that. But it's the young kids that need to understand that. And again, print enough money, convince people to become some hobbyist as a doctor or a lawyer.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I think that the elimination process that's transpiring is being initiated on the level that it is because of outdated humans, outdated what would be, yeah, just more outdated technology, man.
Mm-hmm.
And what kid wants to leave their computer to go tromp around the woods early in the morning or in the evening, try and bag something that they got to carry all the way back, gut it, skin it,
oh my God, it's a
square it
big
up.
job, all right. Yep.
Yeah, they don't. No, that's not what it's about. It's about mommy and daddy. It's about this social justice safe place, and technology is going to take care of me. So I'm going to continue playing this video game. By the way, I'm going to order a pizza while I do this. Yeah, it's sickening.
Excuse me.
Unless we're being phased out, and like I said, I'll entertain ideals. So I'll even entertain it out of my own head. What happened if the human race are to be phased out? And then whatever we go into some other device. That is a possibility, especially if we look at the majority of the people in the world and they're not really wanting, including me, not willing to participate in our needs, which is food and shelter. I get it. People's go ahead.
You guys don't have the Georgia Guidestones up there, but I'm sure you're aware of them.
Yes. Yep.
And that pretty much said it all. And whenever that come down, at the time that it did, and the new systems of control and government that were implicated, I realized that it was get rid of the old as quickly and as quietly as possible and reprogram the new.
Totally, I get that. Yep.
What happened if we were giants before and that needed to be phased out?
Right.
So at this point,
Well, that's another very good point there. Very, very good point there, Dom. Yes.
I think a lot of stuff, Gina, there's been manipulation in everything. Our foods, our animals, us. I think a lot of it's manipulation. Our languages. So it only makes. I guess if we're going to use the senses, it's like when I joke with my buddies. On this side, if we're the masses, it sucks to be us. On the other side, it's business as usual.
Yes.
If me, you, and Dean were raised from an elite family, learning all the different teachings and understand alchemy and all that, it would be business as usual. It's when people right now that an age now where we have this technology, so now they have a reasons to bitch and complain. Where before it's like, where were you when you went to somebody's grocery store or using their devices? Well, that's different. I said, well, now you sound like a child living in your parents' basement, but now you want to live upstairs and have better Wi-Fi. That's what it sounds like most adults talking. I know that's hard for them to take, but then they'll point it to me. I said, interesting. A self-absorbed person makes it about me. Sorry, go ahead, Axis.
It's the truth, Dom. That's all I had to say. Is you're right. It's the truth. They act like man children and women children.
I don't want it to be the truth, but when it comes out of my mouth and I hear people making it about me, I'm like, okay, so then I'm going to give you what, sugarcoating? Okay, everything's going to be okay. We're all going to go and we're going to protest, and they're going to give up, whoever they are, as they're paying one of us to be their police officers or their military guys or one of their scientists. We're doing this to ourselves.
Yeah.
And how many people would give up their jobs? How many people would stop working for fiat currency? How many people would turn around and say, well, I don't want to go to their school, but I'll call it still homeschooling? That's still schooling, buddy. That's not educate.
Right.
And I get it. I only have to go through most of these channels to realize, oh, we have an enemy. Yeah, looking inwards first before you realize that enemy's inside, not outside.
That's pathetic too, Dom, because, if let's say that the pharmaceutical company had shut down because of a political reason, at that point, I'm forced into detoxing. And it may be a hostile environment that I'm doing that in.
Sure.
And I really...
Compared to, say, now without having to be forced into that hostile environment, right?
Right. Because I don't want to be, detoxing off of a bunch of shit when shit's hitting the fan.
They're not actually finding a bush doctor that could probably give you a lot of natural herbs to wean off of that stuff.
Yeah, that would. It's not my first rodeo with this, but I would like for it to be my last. I can't call myself an upright man and be in this condition and still with an integrity of honesty say anything about anybody else's diet anybody else's, whether it's vices, smoking, drinking, whatever. I have no place to speak because, shit, I, I'm the worst of the worst, and I accept that about myself. And before it was easy to binge and purge. Oh, I was younger, and was nothing. But now that society's changed, they pulled a bunch of health care here in the United States. My in-home was here today, and she's freaking out because they just pulled hundreds of thousands of people off of the healthcare system today. So these people now can't get any health services unless they pay out of pocket. And she was literally shaking in here about it. And I watched her actions, her interactions with me, which she was really positive towards me. It was good communication. Temporary and passive, but good, because I may never see her again. And then I think of how abundant, even money, commodities, everything was, from the 70s, the 80s, into the early 90s. Well, you don't have that no more. Those under the table, cash only type jobs, or even if you're physically capable of doing it, and the security of a medical system that the government was sponsoring, and you never worried about losing it unless you fucked up. Now they're just pulling all that shit.
Yeah, I just muted my mic. I had to have a good cough.
Get her out.
Well, the latest, what happened here, guys, in Canada, my wife just informed me, wife's name is Judith. She just said the government passed it that the government's going to increase all taxes to everybody that owns houses and buildings, 16%. In exchange, they're going to allow people that own rental properties and commercial buildings to increase the rent to whatever they want. They're going to waive. Go ahead, Dean.
They're doing the same here.
Yeah.
Exactly the same.
Yeah. You're in another Commonwealth country. There you go. Because they're not the monarchy. People think, oh, we're not with the monarchy. No, they're still running the show. They're corporations. So, and they're going to squeeze us even more.
For me, it's quite. I would say very hard on a lot of older people. In this country, we've got the retirement scheme, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the rents. These rents are just out the gate, and you've got a pensioner who's relying on that pension to house them, to feed them, and to keep them warm, to pay the bill of heating and stuff. And a lot of these families are actually struggling, and I'm not just saying families, I'm saying older people as well, where they are not able to put enough food on their table. And I mean, we even acknowledged somebody the other day on Facebook was saying that, what can I feed my family for less than $10 for a meal? And when you got questions like that coming out, and it's really harsh that we once had a system where that accommodated for those situations, and now it's like it was given and now it's been taken away,
True. I'm sorry to hear that for them.
Wow.
I mean, I myself.
We got a
Who's that?
bonfire burning below us here.
Oh, we have to. No name.
Oh, you'll know in a second. Behave now, okay, Cage? Behave. Hey, Cage.
Thank you. Cage.
Yeah.
But
Is
even
Mike not? Are you muted, Cage?
probably. But even that, Dean, before the technology that we become aware, even most of the systems they had, they really didn't have a system that you knew it was going to grow. That's the thing. Like they gave a false promises. You know, like in America, for example,
Yes.
if they factor in all the pensioners, America's broke. They're just like counting on, how would I say it? Okay, we'll borrow money today, but we have no intentions of paying it tomorrow. So,
That's the way they've been operating for how many years now?
generations, probably decades,
Mm.
you know, and now they're just going to mask it with a digital currency. But a lot of people in the end, of course, this probably hands with their little depopulation crap. They're just going to eliminate people sooner than they need to be. Like, you know, you're an elder and you've put a lot of effort. You should be able to reap some of the rewards, especially you can be the example to the next generation. But most of them are suffering, like Dean's talking about, can't even feed themselves, you know, and the governments, they're nothing more than puppets for whatever corporations they work for. And I get it. Most of us, a lot of people know this, but what are we going to have to do? Are we all going to have to just come out swinging? You know, it's,
Mm.
I don't expect any dogma to save us.
No, not at all. I unmuted Cage.
It's going to have to come down to our own resilience at the end of the day, really, isn't it? I mean, you know, you're not going to get that prop or handout. So, you know, it's where we have to, as a person, make that decision that you're going to have to do it for yourself.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Dean. But you know, I know like people like to talk about anarchy without rules. That's okay if it's like a group of people, but how does that look like in the hands of the masses? Women will probably be getting raped. Men will probably start shooting each other for what, a chocolate bar. You know, it's. I know that sounds very like sci-fi, but I'm like, I would never want to give the masses without rules. Just listen to some of the people in the community. I'm like, you guys don't realize, you know, having a gun, okay, where are you going to get all the bullets when they're made in a foreign country? How many of you have actually gone 3 or 4 weeks without eating? You know, it would be anarchy. Like, well, I'm using the word anarchy. It would be chaos, put it that way, straight out chaos. You know, I wouldn't, and
Absolutely.
I don't think the elites will even allow it to get to that point.
I'm gonna try and fix this. If I disappear, don't worry about it. I'll be right back.
Okay. Sorry, Dean. Go ahead. My apologies, Dean.
No, I'm listening to you too, because it's something that I identify with. I can see that you know. I mean, okay. You just look like think to yourself, okay, so I've got a garden going, I've got fruit trees, I've done this sort of thing, and I'm thinking like I'm setting myself up for my future, so that if the shit hits the fan, I at least can support myself. But you know, when you're talking about somebody who's going to stand you up for a chocolate bar,
it's not your fault, bro. You're just British, you know.
Easy, Cage. Behave. I told you. And he's not British, by the way, Cage.
yeah. But anyway, it's like you know, somebody.
It's British enough to me, but
Okay, Cage.
Okay, I'm from New Zealand, Cage. Right. Okay.
Close enough and shit.
Close enough.
Please share, Dean. Go ahead. Hold on, say Cage. Please let Dean share. Go ahead, Dean.
So yeah, so I mean, what happens to the day when that comes to my door, and you know they want to take the fruit off my tree,
Mm-hmm.
and you know at whatever stance they might want to take on that, how am I going to handle that, and what measures am I going to pursue in an opposition towards it, you know?
Mm-hmm. I'm with you, Dean. You know, I'm with you, Dean, and this is where, you know, I get it. People say, well, I'm going to have a certain diet. I say, okay, but are you still going to, it doesn't matter who owns the grocery store. a lot of us, and I'm included in the fun, are dependent on the system.
Right.
And for somebody that said,
Absolutely.
okay, it sounds it sounds very romantic. Oh, I'm going to be a farmer. Oh, okay, so do you know where the sun and the moon has to be? Because I'm Dean. My wife has done a lot of her own research, and she does her own gardening. And I see what Judith does. I'm just sitting back. I say, okay, Judith, I'll move some dirt around. So when I hear people talk about it, okay, you own some land. Do you? How are you going to protect it? You know, I have a gun,
Exactly.
okay? So how many people are you going to shoot? One or two buffaloes, a couple of bears, and then you're going to shoot a bunch of guys that are going to be waiting for you at nighttime so they can take your land or some of your stuff. I get it.
Yeah.
That sounds very Wild West. But for most of us, we're just okay. Oh, there's no. What do you mean? There's no more trucks going to come into our cities and bring food?
That's when the riots start, and that's where I want to be functionable and not stifled.
And then at that point, we're truly just surviving. And is that how we're supposed to live? I get people are going to have to try to survive, but is that what the human experience should always be about? Just barely to see if I can have, food to my mouth, kind of ideal.
Right. And what means are you willing to go to get that? Because, like I said, I travel both light and dark. And once shit hits the fan to where I'm uncomfortable going out my front door because I'm concerned 10 people are going to come in and steal my pot pie, well, you can damn well guarantee that I'm not going to be vibing high and shining light.
And you find out 3 of them are your friends.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
You guys are
it's
fucked
all
in
this.
your head.
Easy, Cage. Easy, Cage.
Tonight, Cage, and for the next few nights while I'm detoxing, yeah, I'm allowed to be fucked in my head. It's called
Just
balance,
in general,
Cage.
though, I'll give it detoxing, retoxing, or whatever. You want a new pill? I'll give you a new pill, bro. I'll fucking prescribe you this shit. Work with Big Pharma.
Look, Cage, if I wanted to intoxicate myself or belligerate myself, there's a liquor store just up the road. I could go get me a bottle of Makers and feel like
No,
brand
we
new.
have some crazy pill that sounds like some goetic fucking incantation for a demon or something. Yeah. We have those and shit. Fuck off and take that.
Sounds to me like you might have been to the liquor store, Cage.
He never goes to the liquor store.
Then he's got the funk.
Always.
Yes. Well, I've seen some of it. Damn. Nice. Very nice. Hell of a grower.
Well, I actually got to sample a very nice flavor myself on Christmas, the so-called Christmas Day. We got invited out to dinner by some friends and had a lovely feed. And got to try this thing, this liqueur. It's called the Dubliner. It's an Irish liqueur. Honeycomb liqueur, I think you know. And by golly, I must say that I'd be partial to another couple of drops.
We need someone token on this fucking panel. They call you a waffler. Something called cabbage talk. You know, with the cabbage talk. What are you cabbage talking about?
Could you translate that, Dom?
You don't even want to know. It's too advanced, bro.
Oh, okay.
It could be, but
I'm not very intuitive right yet.
I was trying to, sorry, Cage, but I'm not even going to apologize. I was trying to follow Dean's conversation, and then for whatever reason, you decided to bring in token and some other thing, and I'm like, unless you could somehow tie that up with Dean's conversation, I think Dean was actually trying to share something. So if you don't mind, Cage, Dean, can you continue?
Yeah. So I mean, I've basically said I'm giving up alcohol in my life and all that, but you know, I actually I can see myself participating in a bottle of that with some friends. Yeah, so that's where I was going.
I used to appreciate good booze, man, but I do have a horrible uh, habit of making it a habit. So I just refrain from it altogether, lest I become comfortable with it. But I can appreciate a man who has control over it and has an acquired taste that he can tell the difference.
Yeah.
I haven't had
Yeah,
good
I mean,
liqueur.
I love as a young fella, I spent a lot of time in tasting whiskey, and yeah,
I did from the same bottle, Dean. It was empty, and I'd go get another one.
and then run out of that flavor. But hey, I'll try that one over there.
Yep, they're all going to make more. Oh shit, that was
Oh
good.
yeah, hey, look, here's a bloody hard case joke for you. Years ago, we had the country had a bit of a downturn on alcohol, and all the pubs were basically not selling any beer except one particular type of beer. It was called Lime Brown, and I mean, I'll just say this, that I would drink anything but Lime Brown, but when the pubs were not selling anything but Lion Brown or DB, I'd go for the DB. But there was a little picture on the wall that came out in the newspaper, and it was put on this pub wall, and two blokes are standing at a table, and one of them's got this handle, and it's got Lion Brown written on the side of the handle, and the other fellow says, "Oh, this beer's horrible." And the other fellow says, "Yeah, I'll be glad when we've had enough."
Oh, you got to forgive us, Dom, from our experience. Two-fisted drinking was just a part of your transition into manhood.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm hearing you guys, and the fact that you guys can share, you get a good chuckle out of it. I get a sense. It's kind of like watching Benny Hill. I might not understand the joke, but I see them laughing, so I go with the laugh.
Right.
Fully, yeah.
I think what happens is, and this is probably common with some younger guys. Cage is just an example. He understands a lot of things about magnetic and all that, but has to remember some of us still want to play with the senses. And you're back now, so Cage, maybe you can explain yourself, because I get when people say it's nonsense. It's probably beyond the senses, but most people aren't there yet, and they're not understanding how energy works. Even though I get Dean, Axis, and Cage understands it, but for a lot of people, it's kind of like speaking to them in a foreign language.
Yeah.
So Cage, if you want to share about that, opposed to just
Oh,
saying nonsense.
I can't see it in Japanese if you want.
Well, we're all speaking English here.
9 seconds say English.
I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
There's some weird shit going on in Japan, but I'll tell you that.
How so, Cage?
It's like a convergence point or something. You have to go to Japan eventually. It's, when you get deep into this shit.
Well, you can share just a little bit.
They're sending you to Japan, bro.
Is that for me? I'm going to Japan.
Yeah, you're fucking off to Japan, but fuck off.
Is that where they're disposing of the outdated biotechnology?
I'll send you the link.
Cool.
You know, there's a good chance there's a lot of technology out there that, whether Cage is aware of, other people, for the most of us, it's foreign to us. You know, like even try to understand how the cell phone really works. Like, am I really going to understand that? Okay, Dom, here's this wireless device. Energy travels through this. Okay, we use all these nice language. I said, but I still don't grasp it. You know, not to say somebody else can't.
Right. It's disturbing when you understand it through waves and frequencies and the bandwidths and millimeter waves but they change the format. They change the frequency, but yet they're still able to send that frequency through a router into a receptacle device. And those have to be some massive frequencies to carry this much information that quickly.
Wow.
Mm. Mm. Yeah, I mean, you know, what capabilities has Li-Fi got now? That probably I don't even understand, but I do recognize that you know, if you got a smart fridge now, that's not hooked up to the Wi-Fi router. That's hooked up to your power source, and yet that fridge can speak to you. These new smart fridges, they can speak to you. They can tell you what you need to replace, how much you've got left. The whole shooting box is coming out of the Li-Fi wiring system. It's not even needing a router or a Wi-Fi, right?
So it's using a foreign signal that we're aware of or not aware of.
I mean, I never even got a internet phone until 2011. You know, I just had a phone up until then. It was just purely for phone calls. But in 2011, I needed to get hold of some family of mine in New Zealand, and I was in Australia. And my sister said, well, I'm on Facebook. She, you know, I got hold of her on phone. And she said, we can communicate on Facebook if you just get yourself an internet phone. And so I did. And I mean, I hooked up to Facebook and I mean, I'm a pure amateur when it comes to using the internet. Totally. I mean, I can't even add links in the back chat. You know, I don't even know how to do that. I can't even add a link.
Fuck off, man! God damn it! I'm a complete amateur at this. This guy's like running wire shark or something.
Oh, don't worry about it, Cage. You know, I mean, you've grown up with it all your life, so probably.
Where are you, Cage? Where are you, Cage? I don't think he.
Come and build it. Come and build a fence with me, and we'll just see how much you know.
He probably could help you there, Dean. Actually.
Actually, I used to work as a stonemason.
But time out, Cage. Why do you feel as though you, as somebody was talking, Cage? This is the clan that you hang out with.
It's a level they're not.
But Cage, Why do you feel that you need to tell somebody else that's telling a story? And he was sharing with us, by the way. Thanks, Dean, by the way. And all of a sudden you're thinking,
That's
oh,
right.
well, like, why do you have to do that? Like, do you think you're getting something out of that? I'm just asking, Cage, because I hear you and I've heard you numerous of times. If somebody says shit like that to anybody, Cage, you know, and even your own little gang, they'd probably be in the back corner and they'd be getting pissed on. There was nothing Dean was saying. If anything else, he was trying to explain about the internet and whether or not he can use or not use all these different devices.
Thank you, Dom.
It's, you know, because I was even going to share, Dean, you know, are we introducing, like I'm hearing you, it could be a bonus if
Yes.
you don't know how to use all these devices, because all of a sudden now somebody that's never used any of these Wi-Fi and devices around them could be in more harm now, because some of the younger generations have grown up with that energy around them.
I
That
think
could be
it's
Yes, I
going.
know. I get what you're saying there, yeah. Because, I mean, you know, they've assimilated that into their growth, whereas it's like a foreign object to me, yeah.
This goes back to Columbus showing himself to a whole bunch of natives. He's immune to all the bacteria that he has, but to them it's foreign. So now all this Wi-Fi surrounding us, what is it really doing to the sun and the moon?
Right.
You know, are we really interfering with everything? You know, think about insects that disappear or bees that don't know how to communicate now, because we have all these invisible Wi-Fi. I'm just going to call them invisible. It could be of interference to nature.
I think it
To
is.
even to the structure of the nature, and even like the sun and moon itself. Like, yeah, I fully get that. Yes, yeah.
Have you seen how the big towers are actually burning the leaves of the side of the tree, withering them to the side of the tree
Yeah,
to the tower? Isn't that
Wow.
insane? Yeah.
it is insane. We actually had um, a, thing set up. They introduced the new lights in the town, and instead of having the old orange light, they brought in these new LED lights that are white light.
Uh,
And there was a big tree right beside the pole they love, and the bloody thing just died. It just up and died. As soon as they changed that light, that tree had to be cut down. It completely died. Yeah.
I see a lot of that here in the cities where we're saturated with those towers, and there's more asphalt and concrete than there is grass in the city. But what little we had is being affected, very, very definedly affected, and it's obvious what's doing it. If I start cutting words in that are too descriptive, I'm gonna get algorithm ass beaten.
So what about if we're getting mutated here? What about if another foreign species is slowly taking over? You know, because when we start seeing all the devices, I'm like, okay, so, and you know, I start talking to my buddies. Okay, did you create the internet? No. Did you understand Wi-Fi? Not really. You know, and I'm hearing you two now talking about trees literally what being burnt, being beside these satellites or whatever they are, these poles. You know, like,
Yeah.
you know, maybe that's why they put on the guy stone. You know, leave so much of nature.
I think to the techno engineers and the big tech industries, they feel that even the World Economic Forum, they don't feel that they're trying to consider trees to be hazardous to our environment, and big tech has no use for a tree. It's in the way of their towers and poles. So yeah, it would make perfect sense to me.
Mm-hmm. How many people buy a house and say, okay, am I going to live here for 20 years? So I'm going to plant a couple of fruit trees. You know, it's again that whole purposely making economy, housing in all these major cities throughout the world unreachable. That was planned. You know, and for a lot of us, what are we going to do about that? Like, are we really going to? Like, I would have loved. I'm older now, but I would have loved to say, okay, I could be a farmer. Then I'm participating in my needs, even though I'm an electrician. But I also introduce something else. You know, understanding about electricity and all that. I'm like, how much damage must that do to us when we're living in a house that's lined with all that cable?
Isn't that 60 cycle?
Yeah, I think it's 60 cycle axis. Yeah,
Yeah,
here in Canada. Yeah.
that's what it is here in the States. That's
Yeah.
contending with 60 cycle was so difficult for me because it's such a it infiltrates every bit of space that it can possibly consume with a hum.
Mm-hmm. Then you factor some people with different blood types. One of our buddies, all of us, I think he's all our buddy. I think Cage knows him too. Lonnie's always being bombarded by energy waves. You know, the poor guy's always having to make sure that he guards himself. So, you know, again, we're all different species, but like in some ways, meaning that we have different blood types. You know, there's a more common one that I'm aware of.
Yeah, you can't. When it's obvious that we have genetic diversity amongst the races, that when we started becoming a melting pot, you're going to have intermingling that who knows what kind of blood type and genetics that this is going to target unknowingly, unwittingly, or on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I mean, you could even possibly say that anybody's had a blood transfusion and had somebody else's blood type stuck in their body, that that person might react to things that probably they wouldn't have reacted to before, right?
Very true. Very true. And then some people can probably even pick up the memories from them. So, but yes, very true, Dane. Yeah. We're interesting creatures. That I can say for sure. We're interesting creatures.
Yeah, unique amongst this planet, that's for sure. That I know of. And that's where I'll take that.
You'll be polite about that one.
Yeah, interdimensional I can kind of get away with, you know, talking about, but when you start talking about physical beings of another species being able to keep up with our brains and our cerebral, nah, I don't go there. Too many stories about grays, mantises, tall whites, Nordics. Oh
And
my.
what about axis? They're not material. Let's say they're all images. You know, like we look at all these planetorial things up in the sky. How do we know that they're not inhabitable to physical beings, but maybe beings of images? You know, because they talk about this Saturn's ring, and then of course they talk about the sun. I mean, the moon being supposedly sin. So why is it see through? Did they just tilt the moon? Is it actually something that actually goes over top of the Earth? I don't know. I can only speculate when I talk this way.
Well, that's speculation's all I got, Dom. I've got no proven fact of much of anything except what I can truly, tangibly show you. You know, but I can't even at that. I cannot truly, tangibly show. I can show you a picture, but outside of that, you know, they've. Wow.
Oh, that's the story. This is where facts gets kind of deceived, where somebody says, okay, I experienced it, then I wrote it down. So it's factual based on my experience. Somebody else now reads it. It's factual, but there's no experience now in it. You know, this is a lot of people get confused. Written work does not mean just because I see a picture, unless I meet an immortal who's lived a long lifespans and never had to be rebooted. He can say, yeah, I was there. I'm the one that wrote it, or I read it but I also experienced it. And most of us have never experienced that I'm aware of. I could be totally naive in that area, that we've gone high enough to determine, is the earth what they say it is? Is it flat? Is it round? Is it triangle? Is the sun and the moon? Are they holograms? Is the sun heat as I jump out of a plane for parachuting and I find out it's colder up there? So I would say heat's probably under us, not above us.
And that, to me, that makes logical sense.
Yeah, and that's what we use, our logic. But then you get other people, oh no, I don't believe in that. I said, okay, this is not about belief. This is about logic now.
Right. Right. That which is factual and can be proven and not necessarily duplicated, but shown as
Repeatable.
yes.
Yes, very true, Dean. But if I can't repeat it, but I trust somebody, like say Dean's never failed me, then I trust him. But I still say I can't say I proved it. He has. And this is
Right.
where people turn around NASA. NASA just means, in their short form, jokingly, never a straight answer. They never talked about lying to you. They just never told you a
That's a
straight
bloody
answer.
good one. That's a good one.
That's all
I
it is,
like
Dean.
that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, even with the development of the frequencies and the ways that we're being hit with, if it was causing something detrimental to society for being unadapted, do you think they would even let us know?
Not if there's a breakaway nation. If there's a breakaway nation, no, they wouldn't tell us. They'd realize the human species, it's time for them to go, whether they know it or not. If they do know, they're going to give us a problem. We might have to bring out a couple of our other plants. If they don't know, and they've tested it, they brought out, we'll call it 2019 to 2021. They wanted to know the pulse of humanity, and they got it.
Yeah.
You know, most people were wearing masks. Even people that say they're vaxxers or non-vaxxers, they've got what they wanted. They don't give a shit if you value to get a vaccine or not. They just want to hear people talk about it. Well, I don't believe in vaccinations. Oh, okay, that's fine. But you're still going into somebody else's store, right? Well, yeah. Well, then he's going to have to tell you that's their policies.
Absolutely. You either abide by the rule or you boycott the shop.
Yeah. Then we're all going to Dean's place, hoping that he'll hire us to be farmers.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, fully.
You know, and this is where people forget. One thing is to complain about people and say, okay, I don't agree with it. Okay, but now you're asking them to leave and you want their stuff. That doesn't make sense if we're going to use our senses. You want to have your own kind of way of living? Okay, build your own cars, build your own houses, build your own Wi-Fi, whatever. This is why when I hear people in the community talking about, I don't agree with the elites. I said, the elites don't do nothing. They print money and they get one of us to work for them.
Yep.
You know, the police, it's us. The military, it's us. The only thing they do is, it's kind of like me and I'm just using you, Dean, as an example. We both wake up one day and say, listen, God talked to us and we need you guys to build us a castle and a temple. I would turn around to both me and Dean and say, well, let your God build his own temple. Why don't you do it for yourself? But most people don't realize that. How many people would give up working for a job, earning money? Now, some people.
Well, that. I mean, that happened anyway, Dom. I mean, how many people just had to make the choice? Well, I need the money, I need the job, so I'm going to have to take the rule, right?
Yeah, and as long as they're honest with themselves, like I get it, people want to fight the system. I said, but understand how it's engraved in most of us. You know, especially if people understand why fiat currency came to be in the first place. It was just to aid bartering for the elites. And the ones that are above the elites, beyond the nobles, they don't even play with money. They got land. That's why they have NAFTA, the Asian markets. But most of the other people, the rest of us, we're down here saying, well, I work for cash. I said, that's why they're bringing out a digital system. Why? They're trying to corner so that nobody actually gets outside of the game. which is fine.
Yeah.
You know, as
Great.
long as,
Yeah.
if a person's obedient, they're going to follow the system. The ones that are disobedient, okay, do you understand how the system works? Well, no, I said you're just disobedient for the sake of being disobedient. Now, people can be wise guys, like think about guys that are mafia. They understand the system, they just know how to work around it. They don't go openly talk about, I want to rebel the system, especially when we're using their technology to explain ourselves.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The irony.
Dean, it's a sad joke.
Mhm.
You know, and they're like, okay, so we're gonna do Black Lives Matter. Let's do fucking Cats Lives Matter. They're not understand referendum or whatever. You have to open up a corporation to even get any money back. And you think they're gonna get any money? No, they're not gonna get any money. And if they do, they're getting money from a country that's broke already.
Mhm.
America's broke to no end. You know, the only reason why it stays afloat.
All countries are broke to no end.
Oh,
I
I'm with you.
believe that.
I'm with you, Dean. But they're borrowing money from a country. It's not American people. They're just using their fiat currency in America, and anybody that borrows from that currency, it's broke. You know, I love it when people like talking about capitalism works. Okay, so let me understand this. I'm going to have Marxism in China, and I'm going to force all the other countries to use my fiat currency. Guess what works? It has nothing to do with capitalism. Capitalism never would work. Only thing that would work in theory is communism. The only reason why it doesn't work is you got to factor humans. Humans cannot rule over each other fairly. So now, whoever prints the money and has military rules. That's how it works. Now, the guy that talks about I went to university, I said, "Fuck you! You went to get a hobby." If I go to Dean, no offense, Dean, I'm just using it as an example. I said, Dean,
It's all right.
I'm
Good.
just using that as an example because you're a farmer. You do farming. So Dean has 30 bushels of apples. I come there with 20 bushels of apple. Okay, Dom, I'll trade you 20 apples for whatever. Oranges. I'll use oranges. My apologies, not apples. Oranges for apples.
Yep.
But now I go around and I photocopy 20 bushels of oranges. Dean's going to turn around and say, Dom, that's not a fair trade. I don't need photocopies. Bingo. That's what printed money does. Back in the days, it was a different type of tribute. The Queen would send one of their tax collectors, say, listen, Dean, you have all this land that we give to you to use. We don't charge you rent because you're going to give us tribute. Give us 1,000 bushels of apples. Why? Because we got to fill our military people, our tax people. Today, they just call it property tax. That's why when I hear people online talking about the own land, and I have buddies come online asking them questions such as, explain how you own land, and then you find out they're on an Indian reserve. I said, you don't own land. You're leasing land.
Huh.
To own land, you
None
have
of
to
us own the land, of course.
I'm
None
with
of
you,
us
Dean,
do.
100%. Now, there is rulers. You can have allodial titles. You could even have a title like a duke or a baron. Now, if you have allodial titles, that just means you have all these high rises in all the major cities, but you don't pay property tax. But most of those guys in clubs, they pay club membership fees, and that can be very expensive. This is why they're called Freemasons. They're allowed to build freely on land that they're never going to rule. But most people, what they do is somebody instills, oh, Freemasons are bad people. No, they're business people. That's how they are. Now, some of them,
Yep.
they might be Manny P. Hall. They might understand esoteric. They might understand like H.B. Blavatsky, Alice Bailey. They might even understand ascended masters. But for most people, what they really want, we come on these little communities. I want what I want. I said, you sound like a bunch of fucking spoiled children.
Yeah, it's usually intrigue and gain that gets most people put in the Masons of the 3 blue lodges.
Mm-hmm.
And generally after they reach that third, the master Mason, they just a part of the club, man.
Yeah, another club. Same with religion. Most people that are Catholic, Mormon, a Jehovah's Witness, a Muslim, they're all working for clubs, whether they're aware of it or not.
Mm.
You know,
Absolutely. Yeah.
Scientology, understand the watchtowers. You know, they're not any of these people actually do some fucking research, but they'll bitch and complain because they've heard there's a term called the Illuminati. Oh, okay, how does that work?
Yeah.
How does it work? And how does it serve you? You know, I just been slowly instilling by telling people, who do you serve? Most people serve the self. They serve the program. They don't serve God. If they did, they would understand God's already provided everything you want. Just go figure out what you need to learn, become a farmer, a hunter, fucking grow trees or whatever. You know, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of information out there that could teach people. This is when you plant a seed. This is when you actually graze your animals. Now I understand all of that in theory, guys. That's the kind of goof I am.
Right. Dean
Yeah,
said the
well, I mean,
hands-on with the agriculture. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, he does. Thank you, Dean, by the way.
yeah, I mean, I do. And I mean, we have, we've put our seeds aside. We're growing almost now from our own seed. Not totally. We still need to buy a seed in, but we are working towards having our own seed, and not having to. Well, the thing is that, hang on, love. There's more to it than that. It's actually because they're changing the molecular structure of plants, genetically. You can grow a lot of seeds from plants, and they won't even produce. They won't even produce the crop that you bought the seed for, right? You get the seed, you grow it grow that plant. You take the seed off that plant if you let it go right through the seed, and then it seed itself. Then you take that seed, you'll find it's been so genetically manipulated that it won't even produce what the original plant produced. So it's genetically modified to such that a degree that the seed cannot even replicate itself.
Wow. Is that what they've been giving the farmers in India by any chance, Dean?
It could be. I mean, they're doing it with a lot of New Zealand and corn. Corn's one of the really big ones. Feed crops for stock. Yeah, and the other thing with the feed stock for crops for stock is that thing, if it cross pollinates with your stock, it's going to damage your stock as well, right?
So they're basically forcing you to keep coming to them to buy new seeds then.
Basically, yes.
That's what Monsanto did down here in the States. They wiped the farm belt out with their genetically grown agriculture. And if the seed fell in their field and started growing and they identified it, they could seize that field.
Well, I mean, even the organics is changing too, guys. Like you say that you've got an organically grown crop, but your neighbour, he's not organic at all, right? He's grown a crop that's similar to yours. It's going to cross pollinate. It's going to bugger your crop as well, and so you're going to say, oh well, I'm selling my produce. It's organic, but hell, if the guy next door was spraying during the night, and you don't know he sprayed all bloody night, your crop got sprayed even though you don't know it. You're going to try and sell that stuff as organic, and you might be bloody giving out false recommendation there,
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we ran into down here, Dean, is, the cross-pollination and the Monsanto, their crops were bleeding into the organic crop. And instead of getting rid of the Monsanto out of their crop, they would come in and just seize that entire crop from the farmer. They did that down here. They started that shit almost 8, 9 years ago, maybe longer. And
So
they had to take.
my way of sorry, carry on.
Oh, you're all right.
In
Go
my
ahead.
way of thinking, you've basically got to quarantine your own crops.
Yep.
And that almost means like glasshouse growing, you know. So you can guarantee that crops not being affected from an outside influence. And so you know, there again, you've got a huge cost to cover that crop over, so you don't get the cross pollination, so you don't get the cross contamination, and then because you're using like a glasshouse situation, you're going to then have to rely on other forms of pollination. Bees don't like to go in glasshouses; they just don't like it, right? It's too hot. It's just not the right conditions for a bee, and so how are you going to pollinate your crop? A lot of places I know now are using bumblebees because bees don't like to go in a glass house. But bumblebees, you can actually put the home of the bumblebee in the glass house. He don't even need to go out of the glass house. He can live in there and pollinate, right?
At that point, Dean, but you probably know this. The plant kingdom, they communicate with the insect kingdom, do they not? Obviously.
Yes, of course they do.
So now, how would this plant now be able to communicate with a bumblebee, when it usually communicates and sends signals for a regular bee to come and all the other insects? Like, isn't that messing that whole ecosystem now?
Of course it is. Of course it is,
Okay,
Tom.
I'm just
Yes.
you're confirming. Thank you, because I know a little bit. I understand this because my wife does a lot of this, and I just pick her brains. So you're only confirming it, but in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, he's introducing a glass. I'm thinking, okay, how do they communicate now? And like you said, now they're installing bumblebees, but that's not usually the natural insect that would go to, like in that case, to those plants.
Well, even in Japan now, they've got like the cherry trees. The bee is so limited because like there's so much sprays, there's so much chemical toxins in the atmosphere that the bee population's not even growing like or not even as strong as they used to be. So therefore, you're not getting the bee population to come to your tree to pollinate that. And if you haven't got that, you're going to have to do it manually. And you can go to Japan and you can actually watch videos of people that are pollinating whole crops now by hand.
That would really mess the ecosystem.
There's a lot of manipulation going on that I feel nature cannot keep up with. It can't keep up with it. Hang on, love. But yeah,
I was going to say, Dean, I think if most of us, as a more of a collective, and it could be hundreds of millions, if not more, if we were participating in all of that, I can see that, because a lot of us, we're taking up a lot of space, and a lot of the major grocery stores throughout the world are going to have to supplement for small areas. And a lot of the food usually goes to waste, I guess, from what I understand, based on logistics, by the time it gets there just in time. So I can almost see that even if the big corporations wanted to avert it, how many generations would it take to people wanting to actually become farmers and hunters again? That would be
Well,
a
that's a
struggle.
thought that's a this big thought that's crossed my mind. Yeah.
It would be a big
Mm.
struggle because I get a lot of us are caught up in our comforts. Yeah, I'll just go down the street with a car. I'll bitch and complain about the price of gas. Go to the grocery stores, and if it doesn't have one grocery store, they'll go to another grocery store. But really, unless people start being educated and say, okay, how many how many major people own all the farmlands, let alone other distributing channels and all that. And at the same time, we're going to have to give up a lot of our technology because a lot of that's interfering even with the insect kingdom. How many people would actually want to break that down opposed to no, I just want to make sure for most people they just want the price of their food and their convenience to be cheaper. That's it. They're not really concerned about all the nuts and
Basically,
bolts.
that is basically comes down to the comfort level, and every one of us has a different level of comfort.
Mm-hmm.
So, we, yes, of course, I mean, I see that as something that's going to be a real challenge in the future, as to crops growing and how they're growing. I mean, already here in New Zealand, we grow potatoes. They're grown in a field. At present, they're grown in a fairly large sort of a field, and because those fields are going to grow weeds, they've genetically modified the potato so that it can handle sprays like your weed spray, and so now they can germinate the crop or plant the crop, and then a few weeks down the track, if they don't spray that crop for the weeds will overrun the crop, and the crop won't grow, and the weeds will. So you've got to, combat the weeds. And the old way was you used to till it either by hand or with a machine. But those are just time effective and cost effective, and they're not being effective. So they need to come at it another way. So now they've introduced Roundup, which is what they call Roundup here, is the spray for killing all the weeds, all the broadleaves. And because the potato's been genetically modified to handle that spray, they can spray that bloody crop dust, with a spray. It will kill the weeds and leave the spud, because the spud is now genetically modified to handle the spray. And so I mean, I don't like to admit that I eat spuds that are sprayed, but I'm going to have to say that I do, because that's a fact. If anybody eats potatoes today, bought from the shop, that's how they've been treated.
Mm-hmm. And it sounds like it encourages, with all that extra cost, eventually a small farmer can't stay afloat if he wants to sell his goods to other people. You'd almost have to merge with other farmers to make it, and then a big corporation buys you out.
That's how it goes. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. And then of course the end user still magically thinks, oh, I still want to buy local. Yeah, you're buying local from a big corporation.
Exactly. So
Like
I
I get
mean,
it.
you mm,
Oh, go ahead, okay. Go ahead, Dean.
mm. But even a potato today, they don't keep. I don't know how many people buy potatoes, but usually when you buy potatoes, you like to say, "Oh well, I'll get a bloody 5 kilo or a 10 kilo, because then I don't have to go to the shop again in a week's time, right?" But these potatoes are not keeping. They're already starting to go soft. Some are even rotting, and others are even starting to produce growth, like they're already ready to grow again
Mm-hmm.
as a seed potato. Now, there's an interesting thing about that. When you naturally harvest, I've got potatoes growing out in my garden. I can actually looking at them right now, and they're doing really well. But I will leave my potatoes, any ones that I want to keep, and they are keepers that I'm going to put into a sack or onto a bench and leave to keep for the winter. I'm going to have to let those potatoes stay in the ground until the tops die off naturally. And yeah, okay, love, we'll stop trying to speak over me. But the crop dies off, and that's what helps to keep the potato, right? That's how the potato survives and lasts through a whole winter and supports you as a keeper until the following spring. But today, with a potato crop, now if they want to harvest their crop and they want keepers, they want to be able to sell these people keeping potatoes, they spray them. They spray the tops, kill the tops, and leave the tops to die off. And then after the tops are completely brown and dead and disintegrating, then they go and dig them up, and they selling you keepers. But they're not really keepers because they've been sprayed too early. They've taken too early, right? They haven't taken their full maturity. They've been taken early while they're still immature. They've been caused the tops to die off so that you'll be able to harvest an immature crop. And that's why they're not keepers anymore. Yeah, sharing that. Yeah.
So they have to start the whole process all over the following season now because you don't have these keepers anymore, Dean?
That's right. Yep.
Well, because most of us consumers wouldn't even know that. And we just eat because they're there, and there's so much for 10 pounds, so they're not really going to understand. Like I've seen that sprout that you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I mean, everybody must do. And if you think about how many times you buy potatoes and how many are actually sprouting before you've even finished the bag, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you've even opened, exactly as Maureen just said, you opened the bag and the bloody thing's already sprouted. So the bloody thing was being kept in storage, and while it was in storage, it went through that shelf life, and now it's ready to grow, even before it gets sold.
Sadly, Dean, you're becoming a dying breed. My dad, and you probably, when I hear my dad talk about farming, here in Canada, a lot of times they have to get a lot of men from the West Indies to come to farmland to farm because most people here don't even know how to farm it anymore. Like I'm talking about farmers that come over and say, I want people that work here that understand farming. So.
Yeah, and that's happening here in this country as well. It's,
Wow. They when I was growing up, we had 2 gardens on each side of the house in Kentucky, and I remember cutting the potatoes and putting them in the hill with 7 dust, and I remember she used to jump on me, make sure those sprouts are down, and then we'd hill them back up and do it all over again next year. But the guy next door to us, him and his girlfriend are big into herbs, and he's a chef and he's into all the healthy shit. But outside of his front porch, no, there's no gardening here, no fresh potatoes, no corn, no nothing. So in a really bad situation, you damn sure ain't going to be able to raid anybody's garbage or garden.
Because it won't be there anyway. Exactly.
Right. Right. But I feel lucky that not then when I had to work in the garden. God Almighty, I hated that. Fucking hated
it. Bent over like a half-shot pocket knife.
Oh. But I'm glad I learned it now. You know, that knowing, you know, how to grow tomato plants, how to plant corn, how to heal tomatoes, you know, how to do strawberry rows and the whole 9 yards. I mean, that'll always be with me because I hated it so much.
But you learned it. But you learned it.
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did learn it.
Well done, guys. Both of you. I'm a city boy, unfortunately. I understand the theory of it, but I'm got to hear that I'm hearing a bunch of men that actually got to experience it, and it sounds like Dean, you keep doing it. So well done.
Yeah,
I'm still bent over like
ahead,
a
Dean.
half-shut pocket knife when I'm working.
Yep. Yep. Boy, oh boy.
Yeah.
I remember those days.
And it doesn't get any easier. I mean, years ago, I used to shear sheep, you know, like sheep shearing. Your buddy got a handpiece and you take the wool off. And in New Zealand, we've got some boys, they were called the Bowen boys. And they mastered the technique of shearing sheep. And they got it down to 47 blows. That's 47 handpiece movements to shear one whole sheep. Now, 47 blows, when you go and you talk to people in England, they probably around 50, 58 blows to a sheep. Some of them in Australia are more than 50 blows, 52 blows. You know, the technique that the New Zealand shearer was able to master actually made us probably a well sought after person to shear sheep in other countries. And I know in England, even their sheep, they will hire a New Zealand person who is to shear their sheep over any other person because of the level of skill and the level of speed that they can achieve. There was a young lady here in Masterton at Paitua actually, which is in the Wairarapa district, and she shore 600 sheep in a day. Now, she actually broke a record. I don't know how many, 6 sheep or 8 sheep over the record, but it's pretty bloody good, you know. And there's a lot of young ladies today that have actually taken up the trade. And I'm glad, I'm really proud, I'm going to say proud, but I'm really glad that they're doing it. It's like sort of pride in it, of course, yes, because I mastered that art myself. So when I see other people mastering it, you know, it's a sense of pride, of course. Yeah.
Well done, Dean.
But yeah, that's.
So now let me understand this. New Zealand has, it sounds like one of the best, if not the best, in the world when it comes to shaving sheep, if I'm saying correctly. And they have the all blacks. So we have 2 things going now. I need to learn more.
Yeah, well, the All Blacks, I mean, you know, if you've followed a bit of rugby in your time.
Yes, I have.
They're pretty world class and probably even taken trophies around the world, you know.
But
rugby players.
That craft to learn, like, is that like a 10, 12-year like apprenticeship, like to learn to be really good at that, Dean, to get to that point, like you said, like 47?
Well, it's a numbers game, Dom.
Oh, is
you
it?
know, I mean, I'm a good shearer, and when I was shearing, I was clean. I never nicked any sheep. I didn't have cuts. You know, there wasn't blood all over me sheep when they were standing waiting to be counted how many I'd done. But I wasn't a big number. I could do 180, and I could do it daily, consistently. You know.
So your blades
but that was just because I worked on farms rather than doing it as a job. So it was part of my work curriculum, you know.
So what about your tool, like your shaving tool? Are they really expensive? Or do you have to keep them sharp? Like, how do they work? Is it like a
Oh, you know,
barbell?
you got to keep your gear sharp. Yeah,
Okay.
you sharpen your combs and your cutters every night. Yeah, so that you're prepared for the next day. Because I mean, you can't go out and just buy a whole lot of new ones. A cone, and when I was shearing, it was worth $10. A cutter you could get for $7 or $8. But when you need 20 combs for the day and 200 cutters, you don't go and replace them all the time. You only replace them when you need to. So you got to keep them in tip-top shape, and that means well sharpened. You know, yeah.
You already got me fascinated. I already know I'm going to open up a YouTube channel, like a page, so I can see all the words that you're using, so I can actually watch a guy do it on YouTube now, so I can appreciate everything that you've been trying to share with me.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch. Yeah, it's fascinating to watch, and they draw big crowds now, and sharing competitions around Australia and New Zealand, and I believe also in England now too. Yeah, so we have a thing called the Golden Shears, and you know, so it's a trophy. You get the gold, the shears. They're probably electroplated these days, but in the old days when I first started shearing, I learned to shear with like a big pair of scissors, like hand shears, and I actually learned to shear that way before I learned to shear with a machine. So when you're cutting with hand shears, for example, the reason for cutting with hand shears, even today, is because you're leaving a little bit of wool on the sheep. You're not taking it down to the skin. And by leaving a bit of wool on the sheep, that especially in colder climates such as England and these places, you're giving the sheep a bit of a chance in wintertime to keep warm, right? Yeah.
Sorry, Dean, I was actually watching on another channel the World Championship from Scottish farmers. I love it.
That's all right, man. Gentlemen, I hate to leave good company and great conversation, but
yeah,
I'm gonna take some melatonin and try and sleep through this, and hopefully tomorrow wake up a little more resilient than what I've been through today. But Dean,
okay. Well,
bless your heart.
thank you very
brother.
much. Thank you very
Dean,
much
always.
for having me up today, Axis, and I really am pleased that we had a good talk,
Yes,
and moved on from where we were before, right?
absolutely. And like I said, man, we shared deep, and that was awesome. I feel like I have, brother in New Zealand again.
You have, brother. You have. And you
I
too,
believe
Dom.
that.
You have a brother in New Zealand.
I always knew
And,
I did. I always knew I did, Max. I really hope your purge goes well and helps you out. And I hope Cage behaves because he has a lot to offer.
Yes, yes. And Dom,
well, thanks very
thank
much,
you.
guys, and much love
Yes.
to everyone in the chat who's listening still.
Just us. It's just us guys.
It's just us. Okay, well, that's all fine. And thanks very much, Dom, for coming up, and thank you, just for letting me speak my mind, I guess. Thank you.
Well, we can do
Yeah.
it. This way, when I come up to Charles and I can go back in the backstage and just have my tea and keep quiet.
All right. Peace out. One love, as they say.
Yes. All love, Dean.
Ciao,
You're
Dean.
welcome here anytime. Oh,
Awesome. Thank you
yeah.
very much, Alexis.
Well, Don.
I'll mute up while you say what.
Yeah. I appreciate you coming up, and you're always welcome company anytime at my table. Absolutely.
Thanks, Axis. I really appreciate that. I really enjoy hearing you. And like I said, I really hope whatever needs to be dealt with, I hope your son can bear with it. And I really hope your mom's okay, because I know she's put a lot out there, both financially and probably her heart. So I hope she is okay.
Yeah. It's a nasty situation, but it wasn't going anywhere positive.
Mm-hmm. And for you, stay strong, because you're obviously the one in the middle in all of this.
Yep. So, just determined to persevere. That's all I can do is determined to persevere. But I do appreciate your prayers, your concern, your support, your energy, all that you have to offer, man. I abundantly appreciate it.
You're welcome. Access anytime. I try best as I can from one human being to another. Have a beautiful night. Both you and Dean, okay? I'm off.
Yes. All right. Good night, guys.